like to call to order the April meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education. This will be a one-day meeting. We'll be meeting today only. And as you can see, it is being conducted virtually via Zoom. We are on Zoom, but it will be live streamed on YouTube, so the public will be able to observe and listen. And we are virtual today due to the statewide stay-at-home orders as a result of the COVID-19 health concerns. And we are all social distancing in our homes today as we conduct this meeting. So I'd like to welcome all the board members. We do have a number of other people that will be on the line and joining us for our meeting today. We do have all board members are present. All 10 of us are online. I'm looking at you all right now. So good morning to everybody and welcome to our meeting. This is a highly unusual. I mean, certainly I've only been here. This is my 7th year. Janet, you're going on a little more than that, but this is certainly something we haven't ever done before. And quite frankly, I'm sure we hope we don't have to again. But due to the serious nature of our health concerns, we are doing this meeting virtually today. And we want to thank everybody that is going to listen to us online. And we will conduct our business today for the day. We have a rather full one-day agenda. We will be spending a lot of time on the COVID-19 and the continuous learning plans. And I would like to, for just a moment, when we left the last meeting, just reflect for just a minute on March 10th and 11th, which was our last meeting. Then all of a sudden on March 12th was when everything began to happen very quickly. And in the last month, a lot has happened, and our schools have had to make a significant pivot in how they are conducting school. And I would like to thank all of our schools, all of our teachers. I know our students, our parents. This is a different world of schooling for folks. And we want to thank you for everything that you have done. This is not easy. It is not like going to school and having your students in school and teachers having your kids in your class. It's nothing like that. But I would like to thank people for the hard work, really unbelievable work that has gone on in the past month to get us to where we are having a semblance of school. It's like I say, it's not like having your own teacher and your own kids in your own class, but our folks are working hard and want to have a big shout out to all of our districts, all of our teachers, our leaders in those districts, all of our food service folks, everybody who's making things work as well as we can. We appreciate the hard work. I'd like to thank the department also. There's a lot of people on today that have helped in the department to get these continuous learning plans up and going. So I know that's been a whole new way of doing things, and people are to be commended for the work. Is it perfect? No, but you know what? We're doing a lot of good things and we really appreciate the hard work. So with those opening comments, I would like to read the mission statement. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. And I'd like to ask everyone to join us for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And I'm now going to ask everybody to stand, and we're going to have a flag up on our screen, and we're going to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Who is it?
And I have unmuted all of you, and you should now be seeing the American flag. So hopefully it's working. I'll start. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
United
States of America,
and to the republic
for which
which
it
it
stands,
stands,
One
a
nation.
nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
Okay, I have to admit, that's the first time I've ever done the Pledge of Allegiance. That went just fine, so thanks, everybody. We are going to approve the agenda. We do have a addition to the agenda, so I'm going to ask for Jim Porter. So if Randy, could you unmute Jim?
yes. Have that.
Yesterday,
Porter?
Dina and I met with a group of educational lobbyists based on the national organizations have presented a letter to Congress for the purpose of making recommendations for the next stimulus package. And that's already been done. NASB and others have done that. And so we met with a group yesterday that represents many of the organizations in Kansas. And you should have received a letter, a draft letter that supports some of the recommendations of that group. And they're asking us to consider being a signatory to that group. Now, this morning I sent an update to Peggy. Did you get that, Peggy? Okay. And so it's the only substantive of that is a more robust statement about E-rate, which provides internet connectivity to especially to rural and even poverty areas in the Kansas City area and Wichita and places like that. So it's not just a rural thing, but it's a poverty thing also. And so I'm recommending that be added to the agenda for our discussion at the discretion at a time at the discretion of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. We have a second. Dina? Dina's a second. Okay, so board members, that letter was sent to you by Peggy, and I realize a lot of you have not had a chance to read it. So we will not take a look at that till this afternoon. So over your lunch break, hopefully you'll be able to take a look at that and read that letter and see if we can have some discussion on that this afternoon. So we have had a motion to add that letter to the agenda. Are there any other changes? Michelle Dombrowski. Just a second, Michelle. I don't think you're unmuted.
There, I think I am now.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to either make a motion or a request for 13N on the consent agenda and 13M to be, I just want to vote on those separately if possible today.
Okay, let me take a look. 13N.
M and N.
M as in
Mary and N as in Nancy.
Okay, so we have a request to pull 13M and N, and we'll vote on those separately. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda for today? Okay, if not, board members, what I'm going to ask, since we're all online, when I ask for a motion to approve, if you'd raise your hand, and then we'll be able to see that via the Zoom. So we've had a motion and a second for the agenda. So all in favor, please raise your hand. With the changes that were requested. Okay, looks like I see 9 there. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, so we have a 9-0-1 with Steve Roberts abstaining. Peggy? Okay, now we have the March minutes, and we actually have 2 sets of minutes. We have the minutes for the regular meeting, which was March 10th and 11. That was our regular Board of Education meeting. And then we had that special meeting, which was online. That was on March 12th. So we'll vote on those separately. So first of all, if we have a motion to approve the March 10th and 11th board meeting. And board members, if you just raise your hand for a motion. Okay, Michelle Dombrowski moved that, and Ann Maw has a second. So that's a motion to approve March 10th and 11th regular board meeting. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I see a 10-0. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Now we need to have a motion to approve the minutes from the March 12th special board meeting. Do we have a move for that? Ben Jones, a second by Jean Clifford. All in favor of approving the minutes for the March 12th special board meeting, please raise your hand. Okay, we got a 10-0 on that one also. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, and we will be spending a good amount of time to this. This has to do with our work on the continuous learning plan. We're going to have Dr. Watson and Dr. Noonswanger. They're going to start, and we have a number of other folks that are going to be joining us today. Board members, when you have a question, if you just, I think the best way to do this may be to put it in the chat box over to the side. So what you'll do, and you've probably been instructed on how to do this, and just a reminder, everything that's in the chat box is visible also to our folks online. So, but if you have a question, please put it over in the chat box, and then we'll acknowledge that and get that question answered at the right time. So Randy and Brad, looks like we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. It's good to see everyone. I didn't recognize Ben at first. A little hibernation going on, Ben, but good to see you. Grizzly, we'll call him Grizzly for today. And our guests are going to spend quite a bit of time with us. I'm going to just, we're going to walk you through the timeline of what happened from really the time that you left the last formal state board meeting until today. Brad is then going to tell you about the continuous learning plan, and the people that chaired that, the three tri-chairs, if you would, of that work are here. The then superintendents and principals that did the implementation work are going to walk you through their work. Jane Groff's going to take you through the family guide. And then finally, Michelle's going to walk you through how we took a look at the waivers and how we took a look at the plans that were coming forward. We'll vote on the plans later this afternoon, but this is an opportunity really for you to ask any questions related to the sequence and the timelines. And as I was talking to Brad and Dale yesterday, there was a period of time up until just recently that all of us were really living this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I will say it has slowed up just a little bit, thank goodness, where, you know, it's just not quite as constant. But we're going to try to give you the best information as we remember it and as we think we recorded it, knowing that if you do have some suggestions like, I don't think that's quite the right time or the right date, as we say about all this, we're going to give some grace. Feel free to correct me, because I think we tried to put this together in the way that it happened, but literally in those first few weeks, there was a lot going on. As Kathy said, while coronavirus was on the radar when we met on Tuesday, March 10th and Wednesday, March 11th, it certainly had not exploded on the US scene like it would just a day or two later. During that week, we had approximately 20% of Kansas school districts that were on spring break, and a number of Kansas colleges and universities that were on spring break, the time that we were meeting. And as we finished our meeting, I started to enter into lots of phone calls with the governor's office and the Secretary of Health and Environment, Dr. Lee Norman. Many of you become very familiar with Dr. Norman and his daily press briefings, and I call it his Art Linkletter moments, where he actually has kids say the darndest things, and he takes questions from kids and students, if you remember that that show in the 50s and early 60s. At that time, Dr. Norman was watching it very closely. We were concerned about what would happen with the universities coming back from spring break, because so many students had traveled outside of the state, and in some cases traveled outside of the United States, and professors had traveled outside the United States, and that was creating some concern. So there were lots of discussions at that time with the Board of Regents and the universities and colleges, including the private colleges, about what should take place. Certainly by the end of that week of March 13th, Friday, March 13th, the universities and colleges were making the decision that there were going to have to be some sheltered in place, and they were not going to reopen as normal come off of that spring break, because they could not at that time. They didn't know where people had been. We didn't know where the spread had been exactly, and we didn't have any quarantine measures. This all sounds so antiquated back in the day, but this is literally just 30 days ago. And there was lots of heated debate, I can just tell you, on those calls about what to do, what was the appropriate thing to do. And I say this because as now I think it's really armchair quarterbacking, which we all do with sports, to take a look back and say, well, who knew what when, and what should we have done when? We were, from even the medical health experts, we were all learning in those early days about what this was going on, and what countries, if you remember, Italy was just starting to have their big spread at that point. And we were learning that, yeah, you can, this certainly does transmit human to human, and you can be asymptomatic about this, and it can still spread. So you don't even know you have it, and it can spread. And that was just coming about. So on Thursday, March 12th, we scheduled a special board meeting to update you just on what was going on. And that day, Thursday, March 12th, I started to have daily meetings with Kansas superintendents to start to brief them on what was transpiring. And so from that Thursday to the next Monday, which would be March 16th, is really where some remarkable heroes in Kansas stepped up to the plate. And at that time, we didn't even know what we were going to be in for. But the sequence that happened was, starting that Thursday, I made a phone call to Kevin Riemann at KNEA. He's the executive director. John Heim, who at that time was on spring break visiting his family in Wyoming, and KSB, and G.A. Bowie, who represents USA and KSSA. And I want to tell you that we have probably had more conversations and more Zoom calls and more good discussions. Is that what you call it when the family doesn't always agree? And I say that with a lot of love, because when we left those meetings, we were always in agreement. We never left any meeting not being in agreement. We may not have started in agreement, but we worked out what would be best for Kansas. And I can't tell you how appreciative I am of the leadership of KNEA, of KASB, and of USA and KSSA, because without them supporting this entirely going forward, I think it would have been interesting. And I want you to know, other states, Brad, I'm sure we'll talk about this too. Other states have been clamoring about, can you give us your plan? And we just kind of smile. And I know that Diane and Tabitha and Cindy will do that. We smile because, yes, you can have our plan, you can do it. But I don't know if you can do what Kansas did, because we really reached out to everyone that was a family and just said, we've got to do this work. It's not going to be perfect, but we've got to roll up our sleeves and do it. And that started with multiple times a day conversations with Kevin Riemann and John Heim and G.A. Bowie that week of March 9th through the 13th. On Saturday, the 14th, and I'm going in this with detail because I want you to know what happened, and then I want you to ask questions, board, about it. I picked up the phone, and I thought, you know what, there's a chance we may have a problem in coming back to school. Don't know, but there's some signs that this thing could be bad. And I picked up the phone. What I believe, I think I picked up the phone. It may have been an email, it may have been a text, may have been all of the above, to Cindy Couchman. And I said, hey, we may have to do something here on the fly. And I had in mind these 3 rock stars that are with you today. And I said to her, as I said then to Diane, I said to Tabitha over the weekend, you can tell me no, and I will be fine, because you have a life and you have a lot of stress and you've got a lot of things you're going to be juggling. And they can tell you their own stories, because they were all juggling multiple things at the time, including one of them going to get their own son because of the pandemic and hauling him back home. And they all said, no, we're going to do this. We'll lead this effort. And that happened on Saturday and Sunday, on the 14th and 15th. And then on Sunday, I Zoomed with Kansas superintendents and said, you know what, 60% of Kansas schools will be on spring break that coming week. 20% are coming off. It was actually a little bit higher than that. It was almost 30%. So well between 80 and 90% of schools are on spring break at that moment, getting ready to stop or getting ready to go on. And I told them I'm going to recommend to the governor that we recommend that we close schools for that week to buy us a little time, because it was happening too fast, and see if we can put something together and then make better decisions going forward. The superintendents, we had a great discussion. 2 hours later, the governor and I recommended, with no executive order, no authority, just recommended that school districts close, knowing that that would stop the ones coming off of spring break from coming back and possibly spreading the virus. And then those that were going to be on spring break, there was no other issue. The minority of school districts that were going to take spring break the following week simply started their spring break then a little bit earlier, and we were able to transition that spring break and go at that time. As I mentioned, the superintendents always knew what we were doing an hour or two before we did it. This was very important because they had to get plans out to their constituents. And so as we were doing this really quickly, you can imagine we were juggling various phones and text and emails and trying to do this all at the same time on Sunday the 15th. I might also mention that at that same time, Cheryl Johnson was in Washington, D.C. and working already to get waivers for us to serve breakfast and lunch. I like to say we were the first in the country. I have no validation of that, but I can tell you we had to be one of the first. And Cheryl's team was on that, which started a barrage literally on that Sunday and Monday of school districts applying to us so that they could serve breakfast and lunch in their school districts for families that didn't have it. Cheryl quickly then pivoted to a summer program, which meant that allowed different regulations to go into effect. And the vast majority of school districts started to implement some sort of breakfast or lunch going forward. All that was happening on Sunday, March 15th. The 3 tri-chairs were in agreement. And I told them, we've got about 25 of the Kansas Teachers of the Year and Milken people and people that will want to be a part of this. I think if you could start on Monday, that would be great. By the way, I need it by the end of the day, Wednesday. Now, I want you to just think about that. All we just said was, we're going to take the whole state of Kansas from Monday, sometime Monday, when you can get these 25 people together, the original 25. And by the end of the day on Wednesday, we have to completely redesign this and have this out so that people can start their planning if we're going to need it. At that point, we didn't know if we were going to need it, but if we need it, we need to do that. And of course, they were on it. What was interesting, very quickly, I had people call me first wanting to volunteer. I'd like to volunteer, Randy. I really would like to volunteer. And it quickly then spread to this. And I always smile when I say this, because if you know Kansas teachers, you'll know this. And this happened with principals and superintendents too. But a few teachers called me and said, Randy, I'm not volunteering. I said, oh, okay. No, I'm on the committee, and you don't even have to tell me. You don't even have to put my name on there if you don't want to, but I'm going to help with this. This is important. I'm going to step up to the plate, and I'm going to do my part. So all of that happened on Sunday, going the 15th going into the 16th. Starting Monday the 16th, Peggy and I got together and said we're going to do daily written COVID-19 briefings for the state board. And I believe most days we've hit that target of briefing the board what we were doing every day. I'll let Janet and Kathy tell you how many times we called and discussed, but in the early days, multiple times a day. Then it kind of settled into, I think, once a day, when we had to try to figure out when in the evening could we get together and do it. But we were in constant contact with what was going on during that time. We reached out also on that Monday to 5 superintendents of the year and 5 principals of the year. You're going to hear from them later on, and said, listen, once these teachers develop this plan, can you develop for us, how will districts go about implementing it, and what would that look like? And they agreed to do that. Again, we are in constant contact with the governor's office and the Secretary Norman. And this sounds like this, would be months and weeks. These were minutes at the time. But I remember so clearly when Secretary Norman said to the governor and I and many other people, there are many other doctors, said, I don't think we can go on. I think we're going to have to close. This thing looks much more, it's spreading faster than we thought. It's much more deadly than we thought, and it's much more contagious than we thought. And the governor on the 17th, early in the day, said, Randy, I think we're going to need to close schools for the remainder of the year. And I thought that was a good idea. And I thought so because the medical people were telling us this, and I think this is so important. The governor made it based on medical advice. And people have asked me, what did you know that other states didn't? We didn't know anything. Honestly, we knew it. But what we were knowing is that people said, the worst of this is not going to get better between 8 weeks from now and 18 months. And that was the wide variance that we were given, 8 weeks to 18 months. And if you took 8 weeks from that time, we were in early May, which then some schools were going to be close to graduating seniors. And so on March 17th, the governor made Kansas the first state in the country to close schools for the rest of the year. And that was a traumatic moment for all of us, but it also gave us a sense of what we had to do going forward. And I think laid a path for that. And I joined her in that press conference on the 17th. I also want to give a lot of great credit to the Kansas legislature, because they stepped up right at that moment and passed a law that said, we're going to allow the State Board of Education to waive the statutory requirement for 1,116 hours if they do the plan that the governor set forth. And I want to take a minute to just read to you some of the executive order that she issued on that day, because it's been widely misunderstood. And when you're doing it, and I know that Mark had looked at that, and Scott looked at that when we were working with the Attorney General going forward. But let me just say, there were several parts to that executive order, 6 specific parts. I'm not going to go over all of those, because all of you know number 1, which said all K-12 school buildings and facilities, whether public or private, used for student instruction, are to close and cease in-person instruction until May 29, 2020. The media, that was the headline. Kansas closes schools, right? That was number one. I didn't finish the statement though. It said, and cease in-person instruction until May 29, 2020, except as allowed below. And everyone stopped reading the allowed below, which was where this continuous learning plan came about. The second item, she said, if you have 10 or few students, you can continue to operate as you did as long as you have social distancing. People say, well, why was that? How many schools do you have with 10 or less? Well, hardly any. But what that did was release homeschools from that executive order. Most people didn't read it. That's exactly how she wrote it, to exempt homeschools from that executive order. Then the nugget was number 3, which said, the Commissioner of Education and the State Department of Education will formulate guidance for school districts to create and implement continuous learning plans, as well as implement in-person instruction protocols and methods for small groups of students on subjects not reasonably susceptible to continuous learning. Adhering to this guidance and in consultation with local health departments, K-12 schools may conduct appropriate limited in-person instruction in small groups of students as long as they comply with all directives regarding social distancing, hygiene, and other methods to slow the spread of COVID-19. That number 3 item, when you look back almost 30 days ago, not quite, it was on March 17th, what a remarkable statement that we're going to limit, we're going to social distance, but we're going to have continuous learning plans, which you're going to hear about. That created 3 buckets that we still operate on today. Number 1, you can have school as long as there are 10 students or less in a confined space. 10 people, that includes the teacher or any parents, in a confined space, and that group is a stable group. So what's a stable group? It's a group that Diane would have every day and see that same group every day. That's a stable group and would be with her. That's one option. Still is an option. Always has been an option. Who's used that? Very small private and very small public schools. And some schools with special ed students have used that option. They may continue to use that option over time. Second option, online learning, asynchronous or synchronous. Lots of people using that option. Third option, what we call packet learning, which were paper copies of learning that would be distributed and then received. And every school district, by authority of the executive order and the continuous learning plan, had those 3 options available to them as they crafted their own learning plan. And they still have those 3 options today. So in any one of our school districts, they could pivot and do more packet learning today. They could pivot and do more online if they were able to get more kids online. And they could start bringing some groups of kids in if indeed they were allowed to do that by their county health. Most people didn't understand that part of the executive order, and I wanted you to know that that has always been there, and thus it's always been part of our continuous learning plan. Well, that all took place from the Thursday from which you left to the Tuesday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, that 30 minutes I just went over with you took place in those 5 to 6 days. And a lot of preparation then for what was going to happen after that. Very quickly, the continuous learning plan started their work, as I said, on Monday. They finished it on Wednesday, and then we started to have that information flow out. I'm going to stop there because we've got people that can describe the work of this plan much better than I. But before we do that, Kathy, I might just see if there's any questions about that timeline going forward. And then we'll probably take a break somewhere this morning and we'll go over each of these sections and see what questions you have, section by section. So I don't know if there's any questions.
There's just a comment from Steve, so you might read that in your chat box. Any other board members have questions? If you do, why don't you raise your hand? Okay, I think you explained it well, Randy. So I think we'll move forward to our tri-chairs then.
Okay, I think I'll turn it over to Brad. As Brad was coming back from his spring break, we had multiple conversations, and he kept saying, my gosh, what's going on? What's going on in Kansas? And I said, just wait till you get back, buddy. We got a little work for you. And so he was already working on this before we started. So Brad, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thanks, Randy, and good morning, everybody. Yes, it was. I was the week of the state board meeting. I was in Wyoming with my family, possibly celebrating the last spring break, maybe, because I have a senior at KU and a senior in high school. So as soon as I saw the announcement on Wednesday, I mean, I was following everything. The board meeting on Twitter and emails and everything. But as soon as I saw the announcement that KU and some other universities started closing, I announced to the family, pack your bags, we're leaving early in the morning, and we drove 18 hours straight back so we could join the work. Randy, I don't know if you want to share your screen and pull up the website. Hopefully, most of you have been on the website. While Randy's doing that, I can't thank enough not only the people that are joining us today from the field for their amazing work, but there were a lot of other people in the agency that helped lead this, along with a lot of educators across the state that immediately went to work. And as Randy mentioned, by Wednesday, we had this website created, and I had, I'll just say, more than 20 other states that already reached out to me and wanted to know if they could use our resources. I don't know. And we said, yes, use all that you need. We're not only helping Kansas educators, we'll help every other state. Randy and I did a Zoom with Council of Chief State School Officers and all other state leaders, showing them not only how we went about this, but that they were more than happy to use this. So if you look on this website, there's 3 main tabs. The one on the left is a PDF. It's about a 76-page document. And Randy, if you could go ahead and click on that. This was a PDF that the 3 chairs led the creation of. And hopefully it'll pull up here. But while we're working on getting this pulled up, I did my first Zoom with the 3 chairs who are on here at 9 o'clock on a Sunday evening. And our goal was to come up with a group of teachers. And if this starts out with this continuous learning task force, it was actually the 3 chairs that came up with the terminology continuous learning, because some students need to come in. Some students don't have access to technology at home. So they came up with the title, how can we provide guidance and resources to Kansas educators to provide multiple options of continuous learning opportunities to our students in the event that we cannot come back into our buildings. This executive summary, if you have time, it's a really good read for you to get just an understanding of what their thinking was going into this, knowing we can't replicate the type of learning that was going on before students left for spring break, but we can keep students and parents engaged. And if we scroll down just a little bit, I'd just like to show, you see your three chairs, Cindy, Tabitha, and Diane, that are on here, and each one of them are going to speak just a little bit here in a minute. But we also, as Randy mentioned, we were looking for 25, and we ended up with about 40 other educators that said, former teachers of the year, that just said, we're on here. We had early childhood, we had elementary school, we had middle school, we had high school, we had specialty areas from library media to PE to counselors to art. We had a team that helped provide some guidance to them, an advisory committee representing teachers, representing special needs students. And then we decided we needed to have a group of administrators and principals. So we selected 5 former superintendents of the year, 5 former principals of the year, to come up with an implementation guide to help their peers across the state, just give them strategies on how are you going to implement continuous learning plans. And then finally, we had a group led by Jane Groff, who is on here, that put together a family resource guide, because we know a lot of families, or this will be new to them, just understanding what the goals are. And Jane's on here, and she'll visit here in a few minutes. So if we go back to the main website, there is also a tab on here right in the middle, which you can upload the implementation guide, that PDF. That's what was created by that group of recognized Kansas administrators. A great tool and strategy to help principals and superintendents across the state. Give them a lot of tools and guidance and strategies on how do we navigate and lead our teachers and our board and our communities through this challenge. We have Dr. Corey Gibson, one of the superintendents that was on this group. He's on here, and he's going to share his thoughts here in a minute. And then we also have on this website the actual plan that school districts were to download. And then they would fill out, all public and private accredited, downloaded the application. I'll have Michelle Miller, who's on, walk through that here in just a little bit, the whole process. And then up along the top, there are some tabs. There's some links to the Kansas Family Guide to Continuous Learning. Then there's a bunch of other, this is the one that Jane Groff will be presenting, just a little bit of information on how they went about this. They even graciously went to the extent of creating a Spanish version. So that was extremely helpful. There's a lot of other educator resources that the Continuous Learning Task Force worked on. If I'm a teacher out there and I'm elementary, I'm secondary math and science, just a lot of strategies. These are live, so we can continue to go in and update links and resources for our teachers. Again, quickly done in about 3 to 4 days. They created this framework, a lot of resources, and again, we continue to update this since it is live. Our plan is this week to kind of secure it down. There's a link for equity guidance on what to take into consideration for students that don't have technology access at home, your English language students, your special needs students. But so there's a lot of resources on here. It's again put together by the task force, the continuous learning task force, as well as a lot of our staff in the agency. On the far right at the top is where we will have posted all of the continuous learning plans for you to be able to go. There they are for all the school districts, public and private systems. Michelle Miller, Director of Teacher Licensure and Accreditation, led all of that. She will be on here in a second. So with that, this was quickly put together. Just proud of the group that spent a lot of time on that. I'm going to introduce our 3 chairs. Cindy Couchman, new superintendent, starting July 1 at Buhler School District. We have Diane Smokorowski, who is former Teacher of the Year, National Teacher. These 3 have credentials that I just can't off the top of my head go through all. She's at Andover. And then our current Teacher of the Year and National Teacher of the Year finalist, Tabitha Rosbury. So I'm going to turn it over to Cindy, and Cindy's going to share just some of her thoughts about being one of the chairs of this and what went into the development of all this. So Cindy.
Well, thanks. I remember getting the call from Dr. Watson, and it was Saturday. We met for the first time Sunday night. We didn't put together this team until the first time we met was Monday at 4 p.m. And the document was submitted to KSDE Wednesday at 4 p.m. So you can imagine all, including that website, was built all in those 3 days. And so it was obviously not just the 3 of us working. It was a huge team. It ended up being about 40 people. And the one thing that I can tell you that, you know, I've had other people, as I think Brad and Randy had mentioned, contact us, other friends in other states, saying, okay, so how do you do this? How did you get it done? And I think it's very unique to Kansas, and it's made possible because of the trust the State Board of Education has in teachers, and the trust that Dr. Watson and Dr. Neuenswander have in teachers across Kansas. But it's not just that trust. I think it's all about the relationships. There are not very many people that we don't know across the state of Kansas, including personally, we know the State Board of Education. Randy knows just about every teacher, and so does Brad. And then so we were able to put together this team based upon these relationships and trust. And that's built over time. And so all those investments the State Board of Education puts into attending Teacher of the Year events and Keen, all of those things and all of that energy is all the groundwork that is laid before us to make this whole thing possible. Because without connecting with other educators in all of those environments, it would not have really launched this continuous learning plan. We wouldn't even know who to contact. Like, I need a PE teacher. Who is a fantastic PE teacher in the state of Kansas? And people are like, oh, I know this person, contact them. And so that came together along with the State Department of Education's help, Jay Scott, Michelle Miller. I mean, I could keep going on. They just were super helpful. They were always at call, and they got calls late at night, 11 o'clock at night sometimes. So we kind of divided and conquered our specialties. And so that was sort of how the approach worked. I got to tell you, someone asked me, could you have done this had you had more time? Did having less time actually make this better? And I actually think it did. It really focused us. I mean, there was no time to argue. There was no time to even introduce ourselves. I remember when we got online, our first comment was, there's 40 people online. We don't have time to go through and say who's from where. We trust that you're excellent. We trust that you're going to get the job done. Let's go. There was no wasted time. And I think that because of that, it made us very focused in what we were doing. We didn't argue. We didn't, we were given a task and we got it done.
All right.
You go first. You go
Oh,
first.
me? Okay, great.
Yep.
I might have to sneak off of here at 11 because I actually have a meeting with another group that has stemmed from this partnership and continuous learning plan with PBS at 11 o'clock. So I just want to second what Cindy said. It was just, this incredible relationship with KSDE that our teachers and our school systems have. I have been more in touch with teachers all around the country this year than I ever have before. And many of them were coming to me and to Kansas for guidance after this experience. And many of them speak of not so hot relationships with their state and with the people in charge, and things that are really tense. And I have always said I feel so lucky to be from Winfield and from Kansas because of all the positive relationships I have with the administrators in our state and the people who keep our public schools running. I also think that it's important to mention that, something that one of my teacher friends says is that it's like making deposits. And so all those things that Cindy said along the way, over the past many years, all the deposits KSDE and the State Board of Ed have made into education, and the ones we have made with you guys, make it okay when rough moments come up, because those are the withdrawals from the bank of your relationship. That make it okay when you do have conflict or you do have a problem. It gets solved pretty easily because of the trust and the relationship that you have with each other. I was glad to bring an early childhood lens to this and be involved in that way. And with special education, I over and over again feel like, it's important to bring pre-K and 0 to 5 to this arena and discussion. And because of that, I really feel like those got taken care of in a way that I would have never said no to Randy. I would have never said no because I knew that this would be a great opportunity to help shape the lives of the people that I care most about, which are the students and teachers in Kansas. And I don't know, I just want to say thank you to you guys for allowing us this opportunity and for trusting us to do this. Again, it makes me really proud to say that I'm from Kansas and that we have the relationship that we do.
And I'm just going to echo a little bit of what they said, except I want to frame this a little bit around what we're doing with the Kansas redesign. Friends, this is the fast forward version of redesign for every district, every classroom, every community. And what's interesting is that we're seeing common conversations happening around those pieces with redesign. We're talking personalized learning. We're talking about how do we help students be successful, even in social emotional environments from their homes. And that short window of what was accomplished was our Apollo 13 moment. We took, this is the people, these are the skills, these are the elements we have to play with. Let's solve this together. And without question, the most remarkable part, first, I want to give a huge high five to Cindy. She really was the head leader in all of this. We were her sidekicks, and we just followed her lead and Randy's. So much of the credit goes to both of them. And from there, we had this opportunity to create lightning in a bottle. And what was really interesting to me is that we had an incredible group of teachers from little places like Colby and Protection and Wakini. We had them from all over who were sending us messages saying, we believe in you, keep it going, keep that energy, whatever you need, we're here, we're praying for you, we're supporting you. And that is the reason why this worked, is because we had the entire state supporting us, whether they were on those calls or not. And because of that, and because we are Kansas awesome, my friends, that is the reason why this magic was created. And much of it goes to thanks to all of you. And as I've told Randy before, and I would tell all of you, any of you, that when you need us, call on your Teachers of the Year, because we will always have our hands up saying, yes, put us to work. And that's what happened here. So thank you.
All right, well, thanks to the three of you. I know you are extremely busy. You're welcome to join us for the rest of the day. You're a fun group to look at and see. It seems like I've watched the three of you over Zoom the last 3 weeks more than anything. And throughout the whole time, Diane was working from her phone out of a car, from parking lots and hotel rooms, even at sometimes at 1 or 2 in the morning, while her husband and son were asleep in their hotel room, and the glow of her phone on her face at 2 in the morning as they were still working on this was incredible. So I can't thank the three of you enough for all of your work on this. It was incredible.
Brad, can I just say this? There's a book I know I gave Jay Scott. It's an old book. It's probably so old. It's when you and Cindy and were at K-State with Monty Katzman working on your advanced degrees. It's a book by Warren Bennis called Organizing Genius, and it's broken up into sections. So there's a section in there on the atomic bomb, people that made the atomic bomb and the skunk works, the Macintosh program. So we probably have to contact them and say there's another section that has to be put in there. It's called These Amazing Kansas Educators that came together and produced this. We organized Genius, and they produced remarkably well. So just wanted to say that.
Great. With that, I believe, Chair Kathy, I will introduce Corey Gibson. Corey, former Superintendent of the Year, current Superintendent at Valley Center, and recently, within maybe 2 years ago, received his doctorates, and Corey did an excellent job of helping lead this group of administrators. So if we want to unmute Corey and welcome Corey Gibson.
Thank you, Brad. Greetings, Madam Chairperson, members of the Kansas Board of Education. It truly is my distinct honor to serve as a representative of the Continuous Learning Implementation Team, which is Phase 2. As mentioned previously, the team of 10 was comprised of outstanding principals, superintendents, and additional support was provided by Dr. Michael at KSB as well. I'll be kind of honest about this. When I received the email and request to participate, I was reluctant, not because of who was asking, but rather my world was spinning faster than Dorothy's house in The Wizard of Oz. And I was thinking this is one more thing to add on. However, it only took one meeting with the people you just talked about and talked to that I realized that they were doing the hard work. They were doing the heavy lifting. They were working around the clock to create a continuous learning plan. And I could sacrifice just a handful of hours to create an implementation guide for our colleagues. So they deserve most of the credit, to be honest, as well as Brad and Randy. So in summary, our team's work was focused on chunking the organizing parts. I don't know if you saw it, it's 79, 80 pages long of information that was presented, and putting it together in ways that our colleagues and leaders across the state can implement within their own districts, no matter the size. And so we started the implementation talking about what do district and building leaders need to think about in regards to this type of adaptive or second change. So essentially, we chunked it into these categories. First off, we recommend that leaders step back and think about how they would tackle such a significant change in a very strategic manner. We asked them to think about why the change is being made, paint the vision or picture of what it would look like, creating structures to allow brainstorming in their districts to create their plans that would work and become actionable across the spectrum. The implementation team also shared some advice of how to create effective virtual meetings, which now seem like secondhand, and further explored 3 main ways continuous learning could be delivered in our districts: small groups if allowed, packets, and virtually. I've served as a proud superintendent of Valley Center School Districts for 8 years, but watching the rollout of the continuous learning plan has made me the super proud super in Kansas. As the community and the education community not only rose to the occasion, once again referencing the Wizard of Oz, we've done so using our brain, heart, and courage. So I also want to give a huge shout out to all the educators in Kansas, particularly the Wizards leading the way at KSDE. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. It was great meeting for the first time with this group of superintendents and principals. As Cindy Couchman had mentioned a little bit earlier, it's so nice being on a first name basis with a lot of great leaders across the state. And that first time that we met, they looked at what the task force had put together and just thought it was remarkable. And like Corey said, they were like, yeah, we've got a lot of our peers out across the state that are going to be okay. They've always demonstrated good leadership, but we have a lot of them that are going to look to us with some suggestions and guidance. So we were really proud that within 24 hours, they had put together the implementation guide. They also worked with Doug Meckel. He was a part of that group. His name may not be in there, but he, if you remember, Doug is at KASB, but he is also working with our agency through the Comprehensive Center. And but that group in 24 hours put together a really good document to help our leaders across the state implement. The third and final, so Corey, again, thank you for joining us today, and feel free to stay tuned in, but I know you've got a district in a community to serve, so thanks again. The other one that we would like to unmute and have join us is Jane Groff. She's the director of the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. She's part of our TASN network. Through all of this, we had another team with Jay and Tammy. Jane, I'll let Jane introduce who all was a part of this, but they worked tirelessly to put together a parent resource guide. So Jane.
Hey, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Thumbs up? Yay, okay, thank you. And I am really not on the beach in the Cayman Islands. It just means, as my background shows, I just figured out how to play with backgrounds. But as I figured out how to do it, now I don't know how to get rid of it. So anyway, I'm not on the beach, but maybe it gives you a calm feeling here as you look at my frame. I do want to thank Madam Chairwoman and friend Kathy Bush, all the board members, Dr. Watson, and Brad, Assistant Commissioner, for all of your work, all of your long, long hours, and the Continuous Learning Task Force. But most of all, I really want to thank everyone because you have kept families in the forefront of all this work and all this time. So while the Continuous Learning Task Force was working hard and coming up with a framework for schools to use as they continued or proposed their continuous learning, families were not a second thought. They were right up there. And Randy requested that he talked to Jay Scott and Tammy Mitchell, who are the redesign specialists of elementary and secondary levels, and they continually have a redesign team called Family, Business, and Community Partnership. So he called on them and said, bring this team together. We want families to be informed, not without information, but we want them to be informed. So Jay and Tammy reached out to this group, and the group includes myself, the executive director of KPERC, which is a TASN project focused on family engagement, Rebecca Lewis Pancratz, who is a trauma-informed consultant for ESDAC, Tori Peterson, president of Align Ed, Patrick Woods, who is the manager of regulatory strategy at ITC Great Plains, Liddell Ediger, executive director of Child Care Aware, and Angie Sanger, deputy director of Child Care Aware. So some of us are involved in business, some of us are in community organization, all of us, I believe, were parents and grandparents that came together to think about, wow, what change was coming to families in Kansas. So Jay and Tammy pulled us together and said, here's a little sample from Utah, a little one pager, a little sample from Alabama. We want Kansas to have their own family guide to continuous learning. So it always helps to begin with something though. So even though we added and changed and enhanced to make it really Kansas-sized, the family guide, it really helped to start with something. So Jay and Tammy did a great job pulling us all together. And the very first paragraph of the guide talks about the purpose. The purpose of the guide was so that families could understand the school's role during the time the school buildings were closed, and that families would understand the commitment to schools and families about continuous learning. So I love this guide because it is a commitment to Kansas families, and it is explaining to them the school's role. So Randy's pulled it up there, and you can see it on the left-hand side in English over there. The very first section is about communicating with families, caregivers, and the community. And what we know right away, Kansas stood out in that we said this was a family, caregiver, and community guide, because in federal law, the words families and caregivers, that's what's used, not the word parent, but family. So right away, Kansas stood out by including everyone that is considered a family, a caregiver, a community member. But so we worked on that communication section, and we wanted families to know you will be communicated, that the State Department expects schools to communicate with you regularly, to communicate with you in your language and through the means for your community, whether it's newspaper, whether it is Facebook, whatever it was, that the State Department of Education expects schools to really reach out to you and communicate to you. Then there was a section on expectation of schools. Then there was a section on waiver for minimum attendance, a section on special education. We're putting our parents' hats to think of all the questions that they may have. And then we asked the Continuous Learning Task Force to give us a section. All of these were short and sweet so that families would read them and know where to go with those questions. And then we wanted families to know how to talk to your child about COVID-19. That if you're calm, they'll be calm, and just a little bit of information for families as they were just beginning to hear and or worry about COVID-19. We wanted to include that in this guide. Then there were sections on school meals. What about the food for our families? How do we find this out? Is it going to end? How do we find out? And then childcare, of course, a huge, huge piece. And as we talk to families that are adjusting at home, this childcare piece, we hear funny stories and challenging stories. I've been on some Zoom meetings with teachers where their children are part of the picture and we are talking with them through Zoom. So we know that having children at home, families needed to think through childcare, this big issue. Then there was a section on state assessments, what's going to happen with those, and the special permission that was granted. That was our State Department worked through, and we included that section in there. So you can see where it's posted. You can see the sections that are in it. You know who the committee was that worked on it, but Tammy and Jay really led us through this. And but I'm so proud of what we put together, because families were kept in the forefront of this work at the State Department, and that doesn't always happen. So I thank Randy for his leadership, and Brad and their leadership for thinking of, all right, now families will need this information. How can we make this happen and make it happen quickly? So I think that's really all I have on that, unless you have questions. Thanks, Ken.
I think, Madam Chair, this is kind of another natural break point for maybe questions, because then we'll go into Michelle's work, actually doing the plans, and I'll tee that up in just a second. You may also want to take a break. I know the Vice Chair is probably kicking you virtually under the table to maybe take a break. You happy to answer questions now or after break?
Okay, so board, I think we'll do questions in a couple of ways. You may have, the team has done a great job of presenting a lot of information. It truly is amazing what's been done and since we met in March. But you may have some questions, general kind of big picture questions about part of the plan or process or something. So when we start with questions, we'll start with those. But then after Michelle presents, we'll have questions that you may have specific questions about specific plans. We will vote on those this afternoon. You can see on the agenda, those will come on. Well, we all know how schedules happen sometimes, but they don't come on till about sometime a little after 2, that we'll vote on those in chunks. But if you have specific questions, as long as we have time this morning before we break for lunch, we're scheduled to break at noon, or yeah, about noon, will depend on open forum. So are there any general questions anybody has at this point that they'd like to ask? Just a couple questions, and then we'll take a break here, and within 5 minutes, we'll take a break. Any general questions? I'm scrolling. Anybody have any general questions about any parts of the plan? And then I know Michelle's going to go over the process that they talked about, but let's do that after break.
I think as you're thinking about the questions, I hope what we tried to paint for you in this part of it is this took us up to getting the plans together. I might just say, again, from an overview, once the continuous learning document was ready to go, we handed that off to school districts. And we said now 2 weeks ago, take the first week, bring your staff back together and plan. And we really tried over the 1230 Zooms with superintendents to say, we want you to use us as the model for how you want to act in your district. Bring your staff together, bring your principals together, bring a group of parents together, and you spend an entire week designing a plan. Don't worry about implementing it now, design it. And then a week ago, launch that plan. And then from that moment on, start to pivot and receive feedback from your parents and your families and teachers, right? Because teachers need to say, I don't know that we're giving them enough. I think we're giving them too much. And so that's kind of where we are right now, Kathy. And I just wanted to kind of lay that out. We tried to take it in very specific chunks once this plan that's just been outlined to you was given to school districts.
Okay, are there any general questions right now? Steve Roberts has a question.
Muted now?
Yes.
You are unmuted now.
Thank you very much. In your discussions about how we're going to come out of this shutdown, how much of it was, what do we have to do to get back to normal versus what do we have to do to truly redesign this thing for a future that we may not understand yet? I hope that's a fair question, But how much of your discussion was, let's get back to normal versus let's change this thing going forward?
Well, I think initially it was, how do we try to take what we believe was being built as a world-class system and completely in 48 hours shift for 500,000 kids a learning environment. So it was really the immediate of that. Now, as we think about what's going to happen when we come off of this, whenever that is, but let's just say it's the summer, then we're going to have to first say, what pockets did we just not do as well as we wanted, and how do we backfill those pockets of learning for families and kids? And then I think we're already, as Diane mentioned, there's lessons to be learned, not just about learning, but about a lot of things about going forward. And Steve, I liken it to, I remember so vividly, I was a young boy. My grandmother was the matriarch of our family, and she had 4 sisters and 2 brothers, but she ran that extended family. And so I remember she brought her sisters and brothers together and their kids, which was my mom. And I was the oldest grandkids, and she looked at us and she said, "You're going to be a Democrat because Franklin Roosevelt got us out of the Depression." And she started to articulate what the family had gone through. If you knew anything about my grandmother, she was as far from probably what would be a Democrat as you could imagine. But she lived through an era that changed the family. The era we're living through will change education forever, Steve. And I don't know exactly what it'll look like on the backside, but I can tell you that those districts that were involved in redesign had an easier time doing this than those that weren't, because they were used to that. And so we're going to learn a lot about what we can do with education going forward. In some cases, it's painful right now in that learning process, but I think our districts have learned a lot.
Jean Clifford texted me a question. Can plans be modified or added to as districts change things?
Yes, absolutely. And they should be, Jean, absolutely should be. There's no way you could have planned and then implemented and then known everything that was going to happen. If the plans are, and I'll unmute you, Jean, if the plans are slightly modified, meaning, well, we thought we were going to do 50% packets, 50% online, but it became 75-25, that would not have to come back to the state board. But if you said, look, we planned on doing it online and it just bombed and we had to go entirely to packets, or we thought we would do 3 hours a day and it became an hour and a half and we had to completely change, that would need to come back to you and either have a special meeting or you would act on it in May. So Jean, did you have follow-up?
Yeah, Jean.
I just wanted to say, in looking at the plans, I saw so many amazing ideas, and I think as districts talk to neighboring districts or other people, they may want to modify things to be better for their own. And I really want to capture the process that evolves over this, so that in the future, if we need to do something like this, we've got a record of how it evolved. It's been an amazing journey for the districts, and in looking at the districts that I have in District 5, some of them have so many great ideas, and I really hope that they can be shared with other districts across the state. That's all.
Think about this, Jean, in your home district. I'll say this is a small thing because it's small in the scope of everything that's being done. In 1 week, Steve Carlin reported to me that 30,000 meals were served to students and family. 30,000 in 1 week, and that was just the meal part of what all the other things that were going on. And so you see the effort that took place, and it is remarkable. And you think about it, all happened within a very short period of time. Far from perfect, which goes back to Steve's comments. But if you take what really worked and the process of how it went about, there's lots of good things that can be learned going forward.
Why don't we go ahead and take our break? Let's take a 10-minute break, and board members, this might be the easiest way. Why don't you go ahead and click your stop video, and then when you're ready and back from your break, let's try to do 10 minutes. Then click it to where you're on so we can see your faces. So that way we know that we're all back and ready to go. But let's plan on about 10 minutes, and then Michelle will be with us. we're all back. And I think I'm unmuted. Okay, we're going to start back up and we'll turn it back over to Randy. I believe Michelle's going to give us an update on the process that we went through. And then we'll have time for some additional questions. So board member, if you have specific questions about specific districts, we do have scheduled a time at 11:45 for citizens open forum, which is written comments only, and we do not have any comments. So at 11:45, I'll just stop and kind of acknowledge that this is a time for written comments and we don't have any, and then we'll go continue to questions. So if we have questions, we can go till noon when we break for lunch if we need to. So, okay, Randy?
Thank you, Kathy. Again, as we mentioned, when the governor announced the executive order on March 17th, the Kansas legislature said, we're going to give authority to the state board to waive the 1,116 hours if each district can submit what their continuous learning plan that they're going to do. And so as you've heard, the guidance that was put forth was given to school districts, and they had until April 8th to get a plan in. So again, not much time, as they had now to try to implement this big change. Michelle put together a crackerjack team of our agency people to review those plans, and those then were sent out to you on Friday so that you could start to review them. And I just know in talking to several of you that you have reviewed them, and you can see the wide variety within the framework that what we did, a little bit over 350 plans. So Michelle Miller, it's all yours.
All right, good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you today. As I have presented in front of you before, I tend to get pretty excited about the content that I am delivering, and it makes me go really fast. So listening to what you all listened to this morning, I got even more excited. So I'm doing my best with a note to myself to slow down. This is a new environment for us all to be in. I'll look forward to any of your questions at the end of our time together. But while all of what you heard this morning was happening, members of our KSDE leadership staff, including Dr. Meckel with Jay and Tammy and under Brad and Randy's direction as well, got together to develop what became known to me for several days as the waiver application packet. I ate those, slept those, dreamed those, had those rolling around in my head for quite some time. About 350 of them were going to be submitted. So what those members of that waiver packet committee knew that they needed to do was to create an opportunity for systems to be able to detail what continuous learning would look like, how they would engage those members of the systems in the districts in planning for the delivery and the implementation of that, and knowing that they would also have the resources from the team of teachers that you heard from this morning. They were also challenged with creating a packet that could ask the questions that would meet the individual unique challenges that each system was going to have in this process. So what I want to do is try to answer three other questions for you. What was the district process? How did the KSDE team work? And maybe some things about what we've learned in the overall process. So the district process, once that application was delivered, was for them to gather all of the resources they could from that set that you heard from this morning. They had the teacher continuous learning opportunities by subject area, by grade level, including special ed, special programs, etc. They had that document to work from. They also had, you heard Dr. Gibson speak about the implementation guide. They had that as a resource for themselves as well. So they were to go through the packet in one continuous document and work through answers to those questions, with the very first piece being, how many hours are you asking to be waived? And I think it's important to understand that of the 350 systems everyone was going to look a little different there. The hours request, the waivers, it would depend. For example, my good friends out in Sublette, they didn't start school this past year until after Labor Day. So their hour request would look different from a school system, for example, my daughter's system in Salina, who started the second week in August. So there was a lot of variance in the number of hours that were requested to be waived. And a lot of that had to do with how long was your Christmas break? Were you on spring break yet or not? When does school get out for you? So I hope that clarifies some of what you saw when you looked at those plans in answer to why the wide range of requested hours being waived. So from March 23rd, when that first plan was submitted, I had about the same time frame you heard this morning to pull together members from the agency staff. We used the accreditation team. We used people from Scott Smith's team. We used special ed staff. We had about 25 folks, including myself, to take in, disseminate, and review those plans. Prior to the beginning of that, the very first plan that we were submitted was from Chapman. Chapman actually contacted me and asked, it was either me or Brad, would you all review this plan before the official submission? So that was kind of our first calibrating moment. We did just this very thing. We got on a Zoom, all 25 of us. We looked at that plan. We developed a really brief checklist for ourselves. And we talked about what the plan might look like, some questions that we would have, so that there would be some sense of commonality when we were reviewing each of those plans. What we asked in the beginning was for there to be about 3 to 4 things that they looked for really with intention in those plans. Were the hours there? And were the number of hours being requested, was that detailed? Did they have superintendent and board signatures on that plan indicating board approval? Did they have a plan for engaging and continuing learning for all children in their system? All children, all special programs, children on IEPs, children with access to internet, children without access to internet. Details around that plan and how they were looking to implement that. We also asked them specifically to look at graduation, and several of the plans went back to the system because they said, no, we aren't having graduation, or yes, we're holding graduation in June, July, or August. That wasn't what we were looking for. What we were looking for was how those systems were going to account for every senior having the number of credits they needed for graduation and to move on into the next step of their journey. Remember, 21 credits was where we recommended that boards and systems work from, because if you had a higher number of those, it might have been more difficult. You'll notice in the private system requests that their graduation hours are 27, 28, they're higher. And as we worked with those private systems, the KCK private school systems are individual high schools. So they implemented individually. St. Thomas Aquinas said, we're good. We're going to hold our seniors accountable to the 28 credit hours. And so then they all got together as a Kansas City system and said, in the private world, we'll hold all of our seniors to that. We feel like we have the capacity, our students have the availability, and we want to do that. You'll see a lot of variance in those plans among graduation and what that's going to look like. It's interesting, as I kind of helped disseminate and took on some reviewing myself, I felt like I was back in my 3rd grade classroom in Dodge City, Kansas again, and I'd created this awesome project for 350 kids. I put it out there and then started getting 350 different responses back. Each system, whether they were public or private, their capacity to implement this was all over the board. My good friends in Dodge City, they found out, I was reading in their plan last night, that 1/3 of their children don't have access, their homes and families, or to internet or a stable way of gathering up something that was being delivered via the internet. The other amazing thing that I love about what we did with this plan, we stuck with the redesign principles and the vision that you all have implemented. We asked for stakeholder involvement. We asked for community involvement. Churches picked up, private businesses picked up. This morning we were talking about how businesses are helping to serve children foods in Lawrence, Kansas right now. So the variance, the involvement, the stakeholder organization among the plans is incredible. I will tell you this, the first plan came in March 23rd. The very last one came in after midnight, April 8th or something along those lines. I would almost feel very comfortable standing here and saying with 100% certainty, every one of those systems has already had to pivot in some slight way, has already had to change for a home and a family or for a particular circumstance. Again, my good friends in Western Kansas, they've had children who said, we're going home to Mexico. We're going to go ahead and go now. We know school's not coming back, but that's okay because they had plans in place for those kiddos to continue some learning as well. So as hectic and fun and exciting and as exhilarating as that was, I'm not so naive to believe that there are the kinds of changes you all spoke about this morning. And we will come back to and follow up on some accountability with these plans through the KISA process. I love that I was able to engage with that team of teachers in all aspects of this process, because from an accreditation standpoint, this is pretty dramatic, don't you think? Look at what they're doing and how they've had to shift and change their focus. So we'll follow back up through our accreditation visits, which we're asking systems to have virtually. This from now till, we're actually going to extend the amount of time that they could have a visit to the end of October. That gives them plenty of time to either host a virtual visit or to bring staff and family or stakeholders together at an appropriate time later on. But we'll follow up with a simple question. How did it go for you? What changes did you make from point A to point B? And I do very much appreciate the conversation you all had about if you're Dodge City and you decided 1/3 of your kids don't have the kind of access and you need to dramatically change something in your plan, those kinds of things would need to come back to you all, come back through and let us talk about those with systems. So I'll take a deep breath. I'm excited about the work. I'm excited about what's going on in Kansas. I have a teacher daughter. Many of you have teacher daughters and sons and family members and students who are involved in systems. So it's been really fun to watch how her system has progressed through this process as well.
Thank you, Michelle. Any general questions for Michelle right now as far as the process is concerned? Okay, we've got Ben Jones first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of things. When I was reading through the reports, and this is a general question on some of the reports, there was a lot of variance into the feedback timelines that a lot of the districts had submitted. Some of them were like, we're getting feedback from our families, once every 2 weeks, like we're reaching out for the process, not necessarily checking in the social emotional stuff. That was pretty much weekly from every district. But just, how to improve, and some were to the end of the year. And I guess I just had some concerns that, well, the end of the year is a little bit too late to change, but I know some of those districts are small enough that they'll hear about it, and I trust that they will. But that was one of the questions, and just reading through probably the biggest concern that I had was just getting that feedback from families that say, hey, this worked really well, this didn't work really well. And every district is unique in terms of access to internet. And I just have just kind of two more points, and I'll let you answer, Michelle. But I think this is a very important part of education, and we can learn a lot from this. We already deliver a lot of classes virtually, even before this crisis, especially out here. Well, I don't live in Western Kansas technically, if you talk to them, but we already deliver a lot of classes virtually because their local district cannot supply the instructor or they don't have enough kids. And so we already do it. And this is a great opportunity. I've been talking with teachers around here and the service center about upping our game, getting the training, and actually increasing and improving our virtual education that we already provide. And some piloting I know is happening locally, which is exciting to see, and also to recognize all the work that they're doing and changing things. So it's in that scope of improving. This is a great chance, but in that scope, the feedback, and I just had some concerns. Thank you.
Sure. So one of the immediate questions that came out once the plan started that first Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was how will we provide feedback? What will grading look like? And the Kansas State Department of Education has never said grades must be done this way or that way. That's very much a local control decision. So how they chose to grade or not grade, engagement seemed to be the key piece. Whether you're grading, not grading, are you engaging? Are you providing feedback? Are you asking students to be in front of virtually or by some means with a teacher or a well-meaningful group of kiddos to engage in the learning, to talk about the learning? Grading has been a piece that, man, it's all over every type of social media where teachers are talking right now. And so I think that's a really great space for us to learn and to grow as we go into what the new kind of normal looks like. But we did not, and I think it was very purposeful, and personally I would support that. We did not put in a grading accountability piece simply because it was going to be so big to just deliver instruction to students. But they're coming to that conversation on their own, which I think is really powerful locally.
Okay, thank you. Michelle Dombrowski is next.
Oh, I can unmute myself. Okay.
There you go.
So Michelle, the hours that were waived, I know some schools broke it down from middle school, high school, the primary, the elementary schools, and then some specifically stated, hey, we kind of overshot this. We're hoping that we don't need, like it was a state school that was like 300 and some hours. Do you think most of them kind of padded it a little bit, maybe undershot, or they're going to come back and revisit that just because they don't know the landscape going forward? I mean, they don't know if they can go till, maybe they're looking at June 30th as a date or target date, or maybe they got out, like you said, a little earlier, a little later. Some of them maybe hadn't had their spring break yet and they didn't have to worry about those hours. So I was just curious if that's something, and maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean, sometimes we're at like 130 hours and some of them were at 317 hours. So just a little bit, if you could just explain that a little bit better, or maybe, and that's something where we have to, if they're going to change something, that's something that we have to come back and revisit in May and say, wow, we really undershot or overshot, and we have to revisit that.
So having been a superintendent, you never want to be short on those hours when the auditors come in any one of those spaces you mentioned. I think there was a little trepidation, if you will, to maybe pad where it wasn't necessary. The ultimate goal was that they total 1,116 hours. And so oftentimes I think people feel like more is better when it comes to language, when it comes to words, when it comes to even in this particular question. If I put in more, then certainly I'll be okay. Dale and I had, thankfully, and as a beautiful part of this whole process, I got to speak with my good friend Dale Dennis probably more in the last 2 weeks. And I loved every minute of it because they were awesome learning conversations for me. But the bottom line was 1,116 hours. If you went over, it wasn't necessary. If you went under, we needed to have a conversation.
Thank you.
I think Ann has a question, Kathy.
Yeah, well, I think Dina maybe was next and then Ann.
Okay.
Dina?
All right. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Dina.
As I was reading through mine, I actually came across one that did not have signatures on the assurance package, part of the package. So are we kind of overlooking that part, or are we going to send it back to them and ask them to handle that part?
So I learned something about my superintendent friends. They, myself included, we created a special email address that I was monitoring for all of the plans to go into. but several of them went into my personal KSD email. They split the plan. They did a lot of really wonky things. So last night we visited about a couple of Western Kansas systems that didn't have a space signed. I'm so thankful you guys took that, what would have been the third or fourth look, because it was by April 8th, superintendents did it, man. They were there, but we were still having to go back and gather signatures. So Dean, if you'd let me know who that is, it may very well be that it's in one of those email boxes and I need to pull it out and make sure Kathy gets the correct one posted. So thank you.
I forgot to write down the name of it. I have like 70, close to 70 that I read. So I will go back through and tell you, if not today, at some point you'll get an email from me about it.
That's great.
And
actually, I may know who that is.
You may. Well, you know, it's limited to the region or District 6 anyway. Also, I thought as I read through mine that we owed a big thank you to community businesses, and particularly those that are communication type businesses, that they stepped up and did what they could for everybody. And that was clear across the board. And I was amazed. But even within that, we have there's so many of my districts that are rural that have no access at all. And I mean, you're aware of that, Michelle, from living where you were before you came to the department. But it's something that really I wasn't quite aware that people don't even have access, period. And I think that is something we need to definitely work on. And another concern I had, and maybe I didn't need to be concerned about it, was that a lot of the statements seemed to be the very same, like they were copied from something. And it was a quick way to get through that whole thing. And I appreciated the fact that several used some of that same language, but they added what they were doing. And I think those that went to the extra mile and actually were really upfront with what they were doing was very, not only enlightening, and as Jean said, there were some great ideas. There were programs being used, platforms being used I'd never heard of before. So there was a lot of learning from my point of view. I'm looking forward to all of the things that will come out of this. But one more question. The graduation component, a lot of mine only said that they weren't going to have graduation in the same way, or they described how they were going to do it, but they didn't talk about the credits. And they didn't talk about what they would do to help seniors so that they didn't lose credit or didn't lose their grade average that was giving them opportunities, scholarship opportunities, because some of the concerns I've heard from parents is that the teacher and their child seem to be struggling with the online component. And they were concerned that the grade average was going to dip. And so I think having those kinds of concerns brought to mind is something we need to keep in mind, that we don't want this to be an issue for kids in getting scholarships. So
Yeah, it reached a certain point in time when we were going back to systems and asking for more detail on graduation, that because those superintendents were so involved in so much, we particularly, well, not one of the systems I worked with, I think we went back and forth 5 different times, because trying to get to the board member, trying to get to the people that could help him solve some of the issues, it was. So I would be remiss if I didn't say there are things I'm sure that my team missed. I appreciate so much knowing about the signatures. I need to go back and really spend some more time now that things have kind of settled back into a second or third new normal. Dina, to your point about those high school seniors, I think that is an area that we need to, Dr. Watson meets at 12:30 every afternoon with superintendents, maybe reiterate with those folks about how are you attending to, and remember, high school principal, your name goes on that diploma. So you would want to be certain, and superintendent, that you'd want to be certain that you have put in place processes that would guarantee those kids' success for whatever that next step looks like. So I appreciate that conversation and agree with you.
thank you.
Okay, Ann Ma, and then before our lunch break, that'll probably be all the time we'll have for questions for now.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Michelle, I know you've probably been reading, and I have too, that, high school kids and others are just tuning out. They're just not participating. And I'm wondering a couple of things. One was about if, and I know we don't tell them how to do grades, but I'm hearing people say, and teachers particularly frustrated, that, well, the district told them they're going to get their third quarter grade for fourth quarter. And so the kids are going, okay, I'm done. And I'm wondering if we can ask the school districts to give us a report about how many kids are turning work in. I know my one teacher in 501 said, well, I've got 90% of my kids logging on, but only half of them are actually doing work. And other schools were saying, hey, we're only getting 50% logging on. She said her kids who are in Mexico are doing really well. At least they're doing something. But I wondered if we could ask them to do that.
It could certainly be a piece of our KISA visit follow-up. What did they do the things? Someone spoke about this earlier about were they tapping into kids on a what kind of schedule, and to what level do you have engagement? I asked my daughter that question too. So I think that's a great follow-up question for us to look at.
Yeah, and there could be a couple of different problems. It could be that the kids just decided they weren't going to do it. But I know there were several districts that I had that had no packet backup. It's like, well, if the parents don't jump in and come get the equipment and get a hot spot, it's not our problem. And that was very few, but I think it's a few we need to follow up on. So I'd really like to know that, and how many of them actually did the parent surveys. Are we going to hear anything more back about that?
So they've been asked to do that. That's something that we need to bring back and remind them about. I think that's a key indicator for engagement. Interestingly enough, as I've talked to my friends and partners in education, those same kids who were disengaged prior to the pandemic, prior to the let's go home order, are still disengaged. Some of them have told stories about how the kiddo is more engaged now because he can do it more individualized, et cetera. So it's all over the board. I love the idea of going back to systems and asking about three things: graduation, engagement, and the guarantee of whether or not they were involved in any kind of grading system or something
Yeah.
along those lines.
Well, most of them were so creative and so thorough. It's like, man, we really tried to think of everything we could. And you just have to be impressed with what they did in a short amount of time. And I think, like some of the others have said, if they weren't doing individualized learning before, by the fall, they're going to have to, because you're going to be a fourth grade teacher with a room full of kids that some of them quit at the end of third 9 weeks and in third grade, and some of them went beyond. So if nothing else, it's really going to promote redesign. And that's it.
will.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If I could just follow up with one thing, I've had a couple of systems say, what are the parameters? Can we continue this continuous learning model through the summer? My answer was yes. I hope that's the right answer from you all. There have been several who have said, we've got some good systems in play. We want to keep going. We've got kids engaged, and we want to keep going through June and July, because we just don't know. Things are tenuous right now. So looking forward, I'm encouraging them to do that.
And Kathy, it
Yeah,
could be
Randy.
when we get this afternoon to approve or not approve the plans. At that time, we could entertain an additional report, or it could be the consensus of the board, or it could be by action. This is what we'd like to see in May, as Ann points out, as a report back. And then Michelle and the team, we could go about crafting kind of what that would look like, and then we could bring you back a report by districts of how their plan actually worked or pivoted, or what the lack of engagement or what the engagement was. So if that would be something would be helpful, we could discuss at the time that we take the vote this afternoon.
Okay, that sounds good. And we do have an opportunity this afternoon. We will be spending time. I think we have 7 chunks. We've divided the plans out into 7 chunks, and we'll go through each chunk and vote on each chunk. But we may have a few general questions beforehand that we can do that. I do want to make note, as far as Citizens Open Forum, we did have an opportunity for citizens to provide written comments to the board, and they were to send those to Peggy by April 13th. We did not receive any written comments at this point, so I just want to make note of that. And we will recess until 12:45, and when we come back, our agenda item will be to act on best practices recommendations from the e-cigarette and vaping task force. So that will be actually an action item this afternoon. So 12:45 will be in recess till 12:45. So thank you very much. Was everybody but me on anyway? We still waiting for somebody? One, two. Okay, I guess, looks like we're good. Okay, all righty. Let's bring the meeting back to order and had a little lunch break, so people are back and we're gonna get started. We're gonna have our next item will actually be an action item, and it's to act on best practices recommendations from the e-cigarette vaping task force. And Mark Thompson is going to be presenting this information to us. Mark, I don't know if you have a PowerPoint or if you're just going to share information with us. Okay, so board members, if you do need to take a look, it is in your recommendations are on page 31 to 34. But I know Mark's going to talk us through this. He also, when it's time, he will actually read the motion for us. Because I know a lot of you, if you're like me, I've got Zoom up and I really don't have my agenda up separately. So we'll turn it over to Mark.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, and state board members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this action item for you. Back in March, seems a lot longer than that, but back in March, we brought you recommendations for disciplinary consequences for students who were found in violation of the vaping e-cigarette policy that was approved by the state board in December. We received, I think, some very valuable feedback provided by all of you that we then incorporated into the document, and that is the document that you now have as part of your board materials, the updated document. I'll just cover some of the points that have changed since the document back in March. One of them was in recognition that the in-school and out-of-school suspensions that were part of the recommendations for the offenses, recognizing that is not best practice, those have been removed. So in the document that you have under first offense recommendations, second offense recommendations, and so forth, you will not find there being an option for in-school or out-of-school suspensions. The rationale for that is explained under that first table, which reads the absence of in-school or out-of-school suspension is due to that consequence not being considered a best practice. So we listened to the feedback from the state board and removed that and provided that narrative to explain. We also changed the terminology regarding what a tobacco product was. I believe it was Ann Ma who had pointed out that there was a discrepancy in what we had in the document in March and what we had in the policy that was approved in December. So we changed the language in there so that the terminology is the same. It specifically refers to the language in the policy. The last sentence in the second paragraph reads, the term tobacco products is used as defined by the Comprehensive Tobacco-Free School Grounds Policy by the Kansas State Board of Education in December 2019, which includes e-cigarettes and their components. A third rather significant change that we made was that we had not, in the March document, we had not included a student not in good standing consequence until the second offense. We have since then we have moved that up and made it as an additional option for a first offense, and then basically a standard option in the second and other kind of more cosmetic elements, changes that we made was in the first paragraph. We put in bold a couple of segments that we felt were to emphasize. The first one was simply to emphasize what actions, the consequences of the violations that this was targeting. And the second one was to hopefully just add clarification that the decision on what consequences to implement is left up to the schools and the school districts, and those may be either applied individually or in combination. So that's really covers pretty much the differences in what you saw in March and what you see now. And the matter before you is that the Kansas State Board of Education approved the recommended best practices for student discipline for the e-cigarette and vaping policy violations developed by the e-cigarette vaping task force.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So Mark actually read to us what the policy reads. So do we have somebody who, and you can just raise your hand, would make that motion that he read? Dina Horst. And do we have a second? Ben Jones. Okay, now discussion, questions. This would be a good time for any questions or discussion. Ben Jones, yes.
Yes, thank you for all the hard work on this, Mark, and everybody involved. And I know Michelle was. Are the penalties the same for usage as well as distribution? Are these the exact same guidelines?
Mark?
What the wording in there indicates that if it's at the discretion of the school districts, that in the case of something such as distribution, it's the third sentence in the second paragraph. Students caught selling or distributing e-cigarettes or components of ends, the school or district should consider accelerating the level of discipline, including the notification of law enforcement. So they are the same, but there is language in there that encourages basically stiffer penalties if caught distributing or selling.
Okay, I appreciate that. Because we know distribution is a lot different from using.
Yes.
And I guess it's just something that the local districts have to work out, and they will, no doubt about it. But these are guidelines for primarily use for users, not necessarily distributors, or just a baseline for everything.
A baseline for everything. Again, what we tried to do was kind of focus on the use, but it was pointed out that that distribution is indeed happening in the schools. So we wanted to put language in there to kind of underscore the severity of that offense.
Thank you, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jim Porter has questions, and then Michelle will be after that.
Am I on?
You're on.
Okay, I want to refer to the first sentence of the last paragraph on page 32. Penalties that are purely punitive and do not attempt to address the commercial tobacco use will be limited in their effectiveness to their future use. And the reason I say this is that I hope that we encourage people to use the student in good standing option very sparingly, because in many cases, whatever that activity is what keeps kids involved in school. And so I would hope that would not be used too aggressively, because it may very well lead to an eventual dropout. and we want to change behavior, not punish. That's not supporting the thing, but I just wanted to point that out, that I'm very concerned about some people overzealously using that option. That's all. Thank you.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, remember how we talked about back in the fall, as far as as far as like those that were going into Children's Mercy? I think we learned from one of the gals. I can't think of her name off the top, but as far as like going in there and they were getting scans on their lungs, it was like almost like pneumonia-like symptoms. Obviously, some kids were throughout the country were ventilated, put on ventilators. Is there any disclaimer or something we could put in there just for because of COVID going on right now and vaping? Now they say that there aren't correlations, but it obviously attacks the lungs, and then the new virus attacks the lower respiratory. Is there anything we could put in when it's going out to all the schools, if we approve this today, to say that there could be some underlying issues, and then that would be coming from one of those professionals that told us that in the meetings, that there a lot of the symptoms that we're seeing with COVID is also what we saw with vaping back in the spring and fall when they were coming into the emergency rooms and clinics.
I have thought about that as well, and I think it would be very important, especially given the time that we are in right now, that if this is approved and it is distributed, that we do accompany it with language about the added dangers of use of products such as this when you're dealing with a very serious respiratory illness, pandemic going on. So I would certainly support that, and we could certainly work with Dr. Pham and others on the task force to pull together the science that's out there and the guidance from the CDC and others.
Okay, and then maybe you could go on the website, or it could go on, just go out with the emails. I'm not sure, just to make sure that they see that. And so if they're seeing those questions come, from parents, not that the kids are around the parents more rather than in the school, and they're taking them to a clinic or emergency room, that may be something that it may not be the virus at all. It may be something else. So but it would be the language from Dr. Pham, obviously, that we got in those meetings. It was very more on the medical side of it. And just putting it out there as just be on the lookout for this, or it may be something that now that we're doing more online stuff and they're not in the school buildings, they may be seeing more of that home. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions, board members? Okay, seeing no other questions, we have a motion on the floor and a second. That was to move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the recommended best practices for student discipline for e-cigarettes, vaping policy violations developed by the e-cigarette vaping task force. So all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, 9-1 with Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, thank you very much. Mark, thank you. Please thank your task force for the continued great work that they're doing. We really appreciate this. And just as Michelle just talked about, especially even now with this time of this pandemic that we're dealing with, that basically attacks our respiratory system. And then to think of these kids taking this additional risk is kind of scary, even more so. Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, the next agenda item is agenda item 10. And I'll kind of go through this. This is a request from Keisha that we get annually. And the request is to act on appointment of a State Board of Education member to serve on the Kansas State High School Activities Association Board of Directors and Executive Board. So where we are with the Board of Directors, we have 2 members on Board of Directors. Currently, Jim McNeese is serving a term on there, And his term actually continues through June 30th of 21. So we don't need to reappoint. He will just continue. His term will continue through next summer. Dina Horst, whose term ends on June 30th of 2020. She is currently on the board of directors and the executive board. So, and Dina is eligible for an additional 2-year term on the board of directors and the executive board. So, and she is willing to go ahead and serve another term on both the board of directors and the executive board. So we are going to, I'll actually read a motion and then we can have the motion and the second. And I don't know if there's any discussion, but we'll move forward on this. It's moved that the Kansas State Board of Education confirm its appointment of, and I would recommend Dina Horst to serve on Kansas State High School Activities Association, Board of Directors and Executive Board beginning July 1st, 2020. So that would mean she would begin her second term then. She'll finish that out. So we have a motion for Dina to go, and Jim McNeese has a second on that. And any discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. It looks like a 10-0 to me. Okay, Jim, thanks for your continued service on the board of directors, and Dina, you too, as you'll continue to have another term on the board of directors and the executive board. So good news there. All right, now we have next to receive the Early Childhood Strategic Plan, and Amanda Peterson is with us. So Amanda, welcome. We're glad to have you. And it looks like the screen is yours.
Fantastic. Can you see the slides? Wonderful. Go team. Well, good afternoon. It's great to be with, there we go, with all of you today. So we first visited about Kansas's work to write a strategic plan for early childhood back in January of 2019. And a child who was born in January 2019 is a year and 3 months old today. They've already had millions of experiences, and as we speak, they are rapidly building the brain architecture that will take them through their school years and into adulthood. That Kansas child born in January 2019 is going to enter kindergarten in the fall of 2024. And Kansas's work to lead the world in the success of each student depends on the opportunities available to that child and their family right now, today. That's why more than 6,000 Kansans have spent the last year sharing their feedback and doing this work to support our youngest Kansans and their families. Our state needs assessment told us that we've got some serious work to do. Too many Kansas children are growing up in families struggling to meet their basic needs, and where you live in our state makes a huge difference when it comes to their services, their opportunities, and their outcomes. And that was all true even before COVID-19. The last few weeks have made it clearer than ever that our state early childhood system and our state early childhood professionals are critical to building a future where every Kansas child thrives. I am so glad that I get to share the All In for Kansas Kids strategic plan with you today on behalf of our collaborative cross-agency team. And as a reminder, that's us at KSDE, that's the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and the Kansas Department for Children and Families. This plan was prepared by the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research, and more than 6,000 Kansans, as I said, contributed to developing the ideas that are in it. I hope that you'll read this plan and dream big about what role Kansas educators can play between now and 2024 to make it a reality. I also hope that at a future meeting, the Kansas State Board of Education will take action to accept and endorse this plan. Today, we're going to quickly refresh on the work that we did to develop it. I'll give you a very high-level overview of what's in the plan to orient you to it before you take the opportunity to read it later on. And then we'll talk about what's ahead. So as a reminder, and when we were together in January, we had a really in-depth conversation about the work that we did to develop this plan and the way that we generated the ideas and the content that are in it. We, all along the way, as we were visiting with Kansans, we weren't just asking them to identify needs, we were also asking them to share their ideas and their thoughts and their feedback about what the state should do. All of this work, as a reminder, was funded through a preschool development grant that we received in December of 2018, where we were able to be funded to do this work. We had working groups that were assessing the information coming in as we were gathering that through the needs assessment, through all of the stories and feedback and community engagement sessions and research that we did last year. We held the Governor's Symposium on Early Childhood in October, where we brought together 400 stakeholders to really workshop the plan and develop what became the first draft of it. We have had numerous meetings with all of you where we've taken the feedback back and incorporated that into the work that we were doing. We also worked with the Governor's Council on Education. We have been discussing this plan with the board of the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund for the last year and a half. And we've been hosting stakeholder meetings after each one of those events to be able to visit with stakeholders and continue drilling deeper and workshopping the plan. We hold webinars every other week on Wednesdays where we are able to give people updates and to ask for their feedback. We held parent cafes where we were able to work with parents. We had communities try out action labs where they were able to pilot small interventions to be able to address community needs. And then in December, we held 10 community roadshows where we were able to take the findings of the needs assessment and the first draft of the strategic plan out on the road to be able to get feedback back from Kansans. And when we were here in January, we shared where we were at then, the version of the plan that we shared out on the road on those roadshows. Now, the feedback that we got back is that we needed to be a little more specific, that Kansans are really deeply engaged in this work and ready to get to work, and that they wanted to see in more detail what are the actions that are responsible, or what are the actions that are ahead, and who's responsible for doing the work. And that's some of what we talked about in January. We've incorporated that into the strategic plan. I am really excited to share that if you visit these two websites, you can see both the final version of the needs assessment, which has been accepted by, or which the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund accepted at a previous meeting, and the version of the strategic plan that we will take to them at their meeting later this month. That was originally supposed to be on April 3rd and has been adjusted so that we could figure out how to conduct that virtually. But if you visit this website, kschildrenscabinet.org/strategic plan, which is also what is linked in the memo and the board materials that were sent out, you're able to see the final version. It's really pretty. I hope that you enjoy taking the time to read it. There are hard copies that are available that we are committed to getting to Kansans, and if you really, really need a hard copy, we can figure out how to get it from point A to point B, but it would be a lot easier if for now we'll take a look at it on our computers and not figure out how we ship it. And I do hope that you'll take the time to review those pieces. So in terms of what's actually in the plan, we start with what we call in Kansas the building blocks. And this is something that we visited about in January. These building blocks are part of the blueprint for early childhood, which is something that we've had in Kansas for quite some time, that the Children's Cabinet took the lead on developing some years ago. And basically the concept that they get at is that when we're thinking about early childhood, it's a really holistic, a cross-sector approach, that the needs of young kids and their families aren't limited to the work of any individual agency. They're not limited to individual sector. It really does take us thinking about families' economic well-being, their health and overall healthy development, and also their early learning, to make sure that kids have all of the pieces that they need to make the most out of those first 5 years of life. And so we start and frame this with our building blocks to help ground people in that idea that when we're talking about the early childhood system in Kansas, we're not, despite the name of the grant, we're not just talking about preschool, we're not just talking about childcare, we're not just thinking about the health services that are available to families, or the economic supports that are available to families, or mental health, or child welfare. I could go on. We're thinking about all of those pieces together, because for families, it really does take all of those pieces of the puzzle to be able to get a child off to a strong start. We have 7 goals in the 5-year plan. And when you're looking at the plan, you will see that each section follows the same order. So each of these goals, there's an outcome statement that corresponds to it, where we're able to say, here is the desired state that we'd like to see. Here's the goal that we're setting for our state here in Kansas. Each of those goals also have, and outcome statements also have strategies where we're able to say, okay, here are the big picture things that we're looking to do. And then we've begun listing tactics and individual actions that we can take to be able to implement the strategies and be able to move us towards our goal. We recognize that these are pieces that will get added to over time. We recognize that there are additional things that communities can do to be able to advance goals. But we put together a pretty strong start that is going to be able to guide our work. And one piece that I'm particularly excited about is that we added in some icons to the plan to be able to help designate who can actually do the work. Because there are some pieces where it is firmly within the power of state agencies to be able to make adjustments to existing policies or to existing funding opportunities. There's also pieces where there's local action that can be taken. And in particular, the piece around community level coordination and family knowledge and choice, there's real opportunity for communities and for individual organizations to take action to be able to strengthen early childhood in their own community. That's where we're able to share out some of the bright spots that we gathered in our work across the state so that we can say to other communities, you know, here are some things that some of your peers are doing that you might consider as well. We also identify areas where partners who are either statewide or community level organizations, businesses, school systems, and philanthropy can take action. And then we also note policy, places where it's going to take changes in state statute to be able to address the individual tactics. And in many places, there are, for many of the tactics, it's going to take a little bit of multiple groups working together to be able to make this happen. So when we look at these 7 goals, I'll walk through quickly what each of them are connected with. State level coordination is really the way that different state agencies work together when we're thinking about our overall state, our overall early childhood governance system. This is the piece around alignment and making sure that rules and regulations are able to work together across agencies so that at the local level, people have access to the data that they need and the policies and funding that they need in a pretty streamlined way. Community level coordination is about empowering communities to be able to help them achieve the goals that they want and be able to help them make the most of the opportunities that are available to kids and families. It's things like using streamlined tools to be able to make sure that there are systems for screening and identifying need for individual kids and families, and then connecting those kids and families to the services that they need in their community. Goal number 3 around family knowledge and choice is really important. It's about giving families what they need to make informed decisions and making sure that they can get services where they live and work. And it's about making sure that families are at the table to be able to help make decisions and making sure that families have the information and the tools that they need to be able to support their own children's learning and growth. Number 4 is around private sector collaboration. This is going to be really important as we're thinking about funding and as we're thinking about the ways that we support families economically. So this is about making sure that Kansas can be a champion of public-private collaboration and create opportunities to invest in the future of Kansas kids and families. One really important element of this is helping equip businesses and employers to be able to be family friendly. The last couple of weeks have illustrated how important it is for employers to be able to work with their employees and recognize that they're not just employees, but they're also parents and grandparents and caregivers, and that their work context really impacts their ability to care for their family and support their family. It's also about promoting and formalizing opportunities to have public-private partnerships in the state so that we can bring more dollars to the table. 5 is around capacity and access. A piece of feedback that we heard really clearly is that we needed more of an emphasis on addressing just the lack of services, the lack of capacity in many communities in the state. And so we added this goal that Kansas families have their basic needs met and have equitable access to quality early childhood care and education services so that we can highlight some of those strategies to be able to address, say, a shortage of childcare or a shortage of mental health services in the state. This is also where, when we're thinking about our kindergarten readiness board goal, This is where we can build community capacity to provide high quality early childhood care and education services, and where we can support communities, educational environments, families, and children so that each child can enter kindergarten socially, emotionally, and academically prepared. So when we're thinking about things like the kindergarten readiness snapshot and making sure that that's available to as many kindergarten students as possible, and also that we are doing that before the start of the kindergarten year so that other early childhood providers are working together to identify developmental delays as quickly as possible, that's where this kind of work lives, and making sure that families have smooth transitions into kindergarten so that the schools, the communities, the families are all ready for kindergarten on day one. Number 6 is around workforce, and this is about making sure that Kansas leads the way in developing, supporting, and valuing early childhood professionals. And I want to talk to you about this a little bit in the context of COVID-19, because the last couple of weeks have made clearer than ever that this is a hugely important part of our work and is going to continue to be moving forward. So we've now spent a year asking Kansans about our state's needs, and even before a month ago, a huge need that they had identified was lack of access to quality, affordable childcare. That was even pre-COVID-19, right? And now our state's childcare workers and childcare providers are facing serious challenges both in Kansas and nationwide. A recent survey of Kansas childcare providers found that 30% of them could not financially survive a closure of more than 2 weeks without significant public investment because they've lost the revenue that comes from children in their care. And childcare providers are making really difficult decisions every day to decide between whether they should stay open and continue to provide a critical service for the families who do still have to go to work, while recognizing that that also carries risks for children coming together, for their employees, for their families, for their staff. And many times, and we talked in detail about compensation for childcare providers in January, many times we're asking childcare providers to do that work when they don't earn enough money to have access to health insurance. So that has been something that has been very top of mind for us in the last month. We've been working with our partners at other state agencies through the framework that was established in this grant to consider the ways that we can financially support childcare providers. And I wanted to share with you all that it has been incredible and not at all surprising, but really incredible to watch our school district leaders in the state step up to recognize that this is a place where they can show leadership. So I'm sure that many of you have seen on social media schools coming together to say, you know, we have some extra cleaning supplies, we have some extra toilet paper, we might have some extra supplies from our nurse's office that we're able to donate to our healthcare providers in our community. And I wanted to share that in many communities, similar work has been happening where school district leaders have been thinking and asking themselves, okay, how can we reach out to the childcare providers in our community to ask them how we can be supportive of them, whether that is being creative with how they're delivering their food service options, or whether that is thinking about ways that they can get them cleaning supplies so that they can remain open. It has been really incredible to watch that as we wait for more robust federal financial support to kick in. So we'll continue to work on this piece and know that it's going to be even more important than ever as we move forward. Number 7 is around quality and environments. And this includes things like making sure that there is physical infrastructure and physical space for high quality early childhood programming. It's also about making sure that we don't just have a place with 4 square walls that the fire marshal says is okay when it comes to our early childhood environments, but that we also have access to the kind of materials and supports that we need for those to be really quality environments. So they're not only a healthy and safe place for children to be, but they're also the kind of environment that's really conducive to early learning, because we know that childcare providers and other early care and education environments are really, really important when we're thinking about developing children's young brains. That is the the 50,000 foot view of the Early Childhood Strategic Plan. There is a version of this presentation where I go into each of the strategies and tactics in more detail, but I know that it's a really busy day, and I would encourage you to read the plan to be able to reflect on what's in there and be able to digest it in that way. In terms of implementation, and this is the piece where we're able to visit about what's next. We know a couple of things. One, we had a great conversation when we were together in January about how we were actually going to put this plan into practice. And I thought that it would be helpful. I very much appreciate Melissa joining us today. I thought that it would be helpful to revisit a piece of statute that we all talked about sometime last year when we were thinking about the role of the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund in terms of moving forward alignment in the state and putting these kinds of plans into practice. So this is the piece of Kansas statute that actually establishes the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund and lays out what work that entity does. It is charged with assisting the governor in developing and implementing a coordinated, comprehensive service delivery system to serve the children and families of Kansas. It's charged with identifying barriers to services and gaps in service due to strict definitions of boundaries between departments and agencies. It's charged with facilitating cooperation and collaboration between agencies. It's charged with investigating and identifying methods for combining funds to better serve kids and families. It's charged with proposing actions needed to achieve coordination of funding and services across departmental lines, and encouraging and facilitating joint planning and coordination, in addition to administering the Children's Initiatives Fund. So when we look at that and when we think about our strategic plan, we can see that those two really fit together nicely, that it really is, that the Children's Cabinet is incredibly well positioned to be responsible for continuing to bring together state agencies and move this work forward. As part of the strategic plan and laying out implementation, we laid out that we remain committed to continuing to be collaborative and continuing to bring together partners. We think that it's important that our process continues to engage our champions and keep people informed and be incredibly transparent, and also to inspire change makers and communities, because we know that oftentimes the real exciting work in Kansas happens at the local level. And we also begin to identify a couple of the shared resources and shared projects that we have across agencies that serve as good springboards to be able to move this work forward. So that detail is also included in the plan. When we think about what's ahead, there's a couple of items. So something that we're doing right now is continuing to collect stories from Kansans. That was the Our Tomorrows project, where we were able to collect 3,000 stories representing every single Kansas county, was an important part of our needs assessment. It's important for us to continue to hear directly from family members and engage them. And we updated the prompt to the question that we use to ask people to share their story about a week ago, to ask them to share something that's happened in the last week, where they're then able to go through and share whether that was a positive or negative experience and what their family faced as they managed that. So that's our way to be able to look at what's happening right now in real time, to understand what is happening with kids and families. And if you remember, that those previous stories served as the foundation for the Our Tomorrows Action Labs, the mini grants where communities were able to say, okay, we've heard what stories people are sharing, and here's what we'd like to do in response. We have launched a second round of those action labs targeted at childcare providers, and those childcare action labs providers are able to receive up to $500 of funding to, again, address community needs, address the stories that they've been able to share. Providers are using those funds to implement continuous learning in their own facilities, where they're able to continue to engage with families and to be able to share information related to COVID-19 or other information to be able to maintain that element of choice in our childcare system capacity. Our plan, we had funds that were planned and set aside for trainings and other in-person events that obviously are not going to happen before the end of the year. So we're going to spend down those funds in that way by providing those childcare action lab grants. On April 24th, as I said, the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund will meet and will decide whether to endorse and accept and adopt the strategic plan. That meeting is available. It's going to be entirely virtual, and it's going to be available online. Members of the public or anybody else can go to the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund website to get the registration link for that if they'd like to engage in that meeting. And that will kind of launch us forward into the 5-year plan. I'll note that so June 30th marks the end of this initial phase of federal planning grant funds. We have fulfilled a request from the United States Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families to provide a revised budget for an $8.9 million annual award. That would be roughly 89% of what we previously requested. And it is our understanding, and we are hopeful that we will be receiving those funds and that we will have good news to share soon. We feel confident that that is something that is coming, but recognize that it's obviously an uncertain time. And so we are waiting to see that, but that would hopefully bring us additional funding over the next 3 years to take and move forward elements of this plan. We are committed to doing this plan regardless of whether or not we receive the federal funding, but $8.9 million annually would certainly be helpful as we do that work. There are a whole variety of ways that Kansans can get engaged and stay up to date. And I've shared this with you before, but we'll keep sharing it because we do really want people to get engaged. People can visit the Kansas Children's Cabinet and Trust Fund website, this direct link here, kschildrenscabinet.org/early childhood, to be able to sign up for weekly email updates, which are a very easy way to stay up to date with the latest news in this work. They can also sign up for webinars, those every other week on Wednesday at noon webinars. Those are also posted for people who can't do Wednesdays at noon. People can continue to share feedback that will inform our work moving forward, and people can see the other information and the other materials that have been brought together. So with that, we've heard many, many times from Kansans and that this is something that is important and that this is work we continue to do. We so appreciate all of your leadership in identifying this as a part of the Kansans Can vision and continuing to keep the needs of young kids and their families front and center. We have 200,000 kids in our state who are under the age of 5. And we know that by moving forward this plan that we've got a real opportunity to make a difference for them and for their families. So we are looking forward to answering any questions that you might have. And we're also so looking forward to the work that we're going to do in the weeks and months and years ahead.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Amanda. We appreciate that update. It's always good to get the update, and it's also good to hear that you're real optimistic about the grant. Any idea of the timeline? I know COVID-19 is kind of changing everything, but any idea of when you think we might hear that?
I don't want to jinx it. I'm not going to hazard a guess, but I think what I said in January is that it will definitely be in the Friday notes for the Friday after we find out. So we'll.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I know you also have the link to both the strategic plan and the other. You might just maybe send those out periodically to folks so people can probably maybe have that more recently in their emails. That might be helpful for folks. Sometimes I have a tendency to have things get lost in my emails. I'm sure nobody else has that problem, but sometimes that helps. So, and looks like we're going to be staying home a few more weeks anyway, so we may have a little more time to read. So, okay.
They're a good read.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and you and your team have done an amazing amount of work and really good work on this, and it's such an important thing to the whole state of Kansas, and how we get those birth to 5 kids ready and prepared for schooling is critically important. So the work that your team has done is amazing. So board members, do we have questions of Amanda? And I see Melissa's on also. Do we have questions, board members? Raise your hand or. Okay, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this will be for Melissa. as we build government systems, we at State Board of Education are enmeshed in this. Where would you suggest we draw the line that says, this doesn't have to be a government program? We're working with 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, something like that. Now, at some point, it seems prudent to suggest you do need state mandated training to be a kindergarten teacher, but not necessarily to be, you know, an auxiliary to a pediatrician. So have you had discussions about where you draw those lines?
Yours should be on, Melissa.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I was getting a message that the host had to unmute me. Thank you for the question. I think that is where the section regarding the public-private partnerships will be a major driving force of the work, because we absolutely agree that there needs to be both public and private sector involvement in order to actually address the needs in the system as a whole. So there is an appropriate role for programs funded through government services. And you know, we hear often from the private sector that they're willing philanthropically to help, but don't want their money to supplant state effort. And then on the state side of things, having served in the legislature, I am well aware of the thought that goes into how to appropriately spend taxpayer dollars. I think bottom line, when we're talking about the strength and success of our communities and the workforce needs and just the overall needs in the system, we need to have a strong partnership from both sectors. And that's what we envision with the public-private partnerships. So we are hard at work refining recommendations for that partnership through the Governor's Council on Education, which is a terrific group of leaders from across the state that involves strong business participation and some of the key philanthropic leaders in our state. We have been tasked by the governor in that arena to present a refined game plan to move that council recommendation for a public-private partnership needs we need more detail around that high-level concept. And I am really pleased with the work going on in the subcommittee that's doing that work, because we are moving in the direction of probably a business roundtable that can help inform decision-making from that through that lens, what we need to be thinking about in terms of workforce, family-friendly workplaces, making sure that people that other types of companies want to hire have appropriate childcare options so that they can go to work. Communities care about seeming attractive to land new business to open in their community. So that is one of the features that companies are looking for. So it's a wealth of things, but I think we do have an eye on the private sector involvement that's necessary.
Board members. Other questions, board members, either from Amanda or Melissa? Ben Jones?
There we are. I was waiting for me to get unmuted. I just want to again extend, this has been exciting work over the past, I guess it's been a year now, or a year and a half for you, but it's been a year for me that it's been a lot of education, a lot of moving forward. And we've entered this time frame to where we realize how important early childhood is. And I think it's imperative that we congratulate you on the work you've already done, and that we've put together a statewide plan that works for all Kansas, utilizing private partnerships. And that I agree with Mr. Roberts that private partnerships are a necessity in this. And I appreciate that tactfulness and that deliberate work to establish that foundation, and making a plan that really works for rural Kansas as well as our more urban centers, because that's very important. That's something that's very big in my community, in rural Rice County. So I, again, appreciate the work that Melissa and Amanda and the rest of the team have done. I've got to meet a lot of that team and extend personal congratulations, but I cannot, I have read that report 2 or 3 times. It's a fun read if anybody likes to read that stuff. But I, again, congratulate you on all the work, and I'm excited to see the next stage. And I, as always, if there's anything I could do to help, please let me know and I'll be willing to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm. Other questions? Okay, my question is, I see this is a receive item this time, which generally means we'll have action coming up soon. So I'm assuming that what we will do is vote to accept the strategic plan is what I'm assuming that our next action will be. And I'll probably kind of look to Randy and see, is that plan to have that on in May?
Yes, that is correct. And I believe Jean had a question, Kathy.
Okay, all right. Okay, Jean?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for all your work, because I noticed when I was looking at the continuous learning plans that a lot of them included the pre-K planning for those children as well. So I think that people are hearing you, and it's really starting to get out into the communities, at least in the ones that I serve out here. So thank you so much.
So as we're moving towards May, and this will be an action item, if you haven't had a chance yet to read the document, be sure to take that opportunity before the May meeting. And Amanda, I'm sure will be sure that that we get in the link out to that. And, as you said, much easier than trying to figure out how to get a paper copy to us. So I'm sure everybody would appreciate that. Again, thank you to both of you and your team for all the hard work. We know this has been phenomenal work, but I tell you again, if this pandemic hasn't shown the importance of early childhood support, I don't know what has. So it continues to be a need, and the idea of approaching this from a strategic manner as far as Kansas in a way that supports both the rural to the suburban to the urban is very important, because it isn't all going to look the same, and that's okay. We know that. And the public-private partnerships ever so critical also. So thank you for your work and your continued work, I'm quite certain. So thank you very much. Okay, we are going on to the next agenda item, item 12, and I believe Gayla, I see your name on there. Yeah, Gayla Randall is on. And she has a very important announcement for us, has to do an announcement of Kansas Career and Technical Education Scholars for 2020. So Gayla, I see your face on there. So welcome, and we're glad to see you, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say to us today. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate having the opportunity to represent Career and Technical Education today to announce something that's always the exciting thing to do in the springtime. I am going to convert to my PowerPoint, so if you bear with me a minute, I'm going to share my screen. I've only shared my screen in a Zoom twice, so I'm hoping that I do it correctly. There we go. Does everyone see my screen? Yes? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Well, like I said before, it's an honor to present to you the 2020 Kansas CTE Scholars. Peggy, if you would please send the email to all of the board members, which includes the 57 recipients now, that would be appreciative. The Kansas CTE Scholars reflect what we would consider the best practice in the CTE world, if you will. We do feel that they are an exceptional example of what can happen when the redesign principles are in place and provide for them an opportunity to show their preparation for the next stage and success in their future endeavors. There are 6 criteria in which the CTE scholars are held accountable. They have to achieve all 6 in order to achieve the recognition. This is open to any career and technical education student in the state of Kansas. And we look at this as a way to encourage rigor and accomplishment, but also a way to recognize those exceptional students. First, they are to be a senior level student in status. They have to be currently enrolled or have completed 3 full career and technical education credits, which are defined as 3 years of instruction. They need to have a verification of technical skill attainment, which can be a series of opportunities the students have verified their skill set. They need to have achieved a 3.5 or higher GPA in their career and technical education classes. They are to have shown their civic engagement commitment, either through actually leading a civic related project in which they've been the leader for the entire project, or they have shown at least 100 hours of community service. And this is over a 12-year, or excuse me, a 4-year time frame. Doesn't have to be a senior year. They are to show success with and demonstrated their successful employability skills in the workplace, which is a minimum of 80 hours in those particular work-based learning experiences, those job placement, educational opportunities that they complete. And then they also are to describe in an essay their career goals and how they have used their career and technical education experiences or their career and technical student organization experiences to help prepare them for success. We have 57 CTE scholars for 2020. We seem to be somewhere around 55 to 60 number now in the years that have passed, including this year. I think it's interesting when we added all the civic engagement hours together, we have 8,900 volunteer hours amongst the 57. That's very, I was very excited to see that, but also humbling also when you think about the impact they're having across the state of Kansas. As you know, the career and technical education model, we call it the Sunflower model, recognizes 7 career fields. 6 of the 7 fields are represented by our CTE scholars, and that does reflect 17 pathways. The email that Peggy was sending you also not only included the students' names and their schools, but also the pathway, the field in which they represented, and then the region, the school board member region, so that you would know who is found in your particular areas. That was something that was requested the first year that we awarded this, this award. And so we wanted to make sure that we provided that for you. If you notice to the right of your screen, there is the symbol of a pin that we had developed, and those will be sent to the students, as well as a state level news release that will be released as of today at the conclusion of the board announcement. And that will also be sent out to the schools with a certificate that has a recognition for their accomplishment that we are asking schools to award at the time in which it seems appropriate in their ceremonies, or the way in which they're going to follow through with those types of recognitions this year, whatever that might be. I was the person who was identified to oversee this, but I do represent the entire career and technical education team. And I think with that, I'm going to stop my sharing and then see if you have any questions or any comments that you would like to ask me.
Okay, there we go. Okay, Gayla, thank you very much. And I'll tell you, Peggy's already sent out the email and Ann Bush has already sent out the press release. So we've got a good amount of information going out. I'm sure we've got some questions and some comments. So it looked like to me Ann Ma is on. So Ann.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to thank Gayla for all her work on this and looking for any ideas. I was really thrilled. I have 2 schools that had kids on the list. That's awesome because I don't think I had any last year. So maybe a little encouragement help. But what can we do to generate more interest in this program?
Well, every year we have that same concern or interest or challenge, pick whatever word that you feel fills in the blank. We do ensure that schools are aware of the opportunity in the fall. We initially promote this in August. We also include it in any of the career and technical education drive-ins, as well as share it with the curriculum leaders. I personally ensure that there's at least a half a dozen emails that's sent across the state. I was very happy to see we had 57 this year in particular because of everything else that was happening and the unknown of what we were starting to go into this spring. I was really nervous that we might not have very many, and it's unfortunate for the students. I always planned for 500 and had several days with multiple people scheduled. And then it seems then we end up between 50 and 60, which I still feel is a wonderful opportunity for those students to be recognized. I don't have any other special magic wands that I can wave on how we can double, triple, quadruple that number. All students have the opportunity. This is not a selected type of award like some are. If the students have shown that they've achieved, then they're recognized. So everyone does have the opportunity to be recognized. But Ann, if you have any ideas or anyone else on the board, please share those with me and I'll ensure that they are followed and implemented.
Okay, yeah, I think we ought to be able to come up with some ways to sweeten the pot and give them some more incentives to follow through and get the application done and get their names in. Because I think there are probably more kids who really do qualify. We're just not finding out about them. But thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
And one of the things that I noticed, Gayla, looking at the list, it has a tendency to be just certain schools in certain areas. And so maybe some way of targeting even the teachers to encourage students. My particular district, it looks like it's mainly one school. And I'm sure other schools in that district probably have some kids that are either close or maybe even almost there. So maybe even working with the teachers and the principals to kind of let them know that what an opportunity this is for students might help also. Yeah,
I'll make note of that.
Yeah, other questions, board members, comments? This would also be a great thing for school districts to recognize these students at their graduation, whatever graduation will look like this year, but whatever kind of a ceremony to recognize students for this, because it really is quite an accomplishment and quite an honor.
We do have a number of schools to have shared some specialty activities. We've not grasped those as a collection of examples necessarily to capture for the rest of the state, but I do know that there are a school or two that recognizes the scholars with a special cord. We have others that have a special section in their awards ceremonies that they have in their schools for their seniors to ensure that they are recognized just as other students of who've received different recognitions. They've been included in those. we have suggested that they provide some type of recognition locally. We do feel that having the statewide recognition through the through Ann Bush's release that you all had noticed is one way in which to get some state level recognition, but it would be very nice at the local level if they were able to provide something. Again, we can recognize and recommend, but that's a local decision, obviously, on what they end up doing. But I do appreciate the opportunity to do this and to bring this into your recognition. As every year, we present it to you first. You're the first ones to see the list, and then we submit it and share it over the rest of the state.
Well, thank you. And I know we appreciate it. We, because it certainly fits right into our post-secondary and post-secondary success. So we certainly appreciate the recognition of these students, and everything that we can do to continue to enhance this is a good thing. Any other questions, board members? Okay, well, Gayla, thank you very much. We appreciate the team's work on this, and I know we'll continue to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, we have consent next, and we had 2 items pulled. So we will vote on consent, which is item 13, and pulled out to be voted on separate will be item M as in Mary and N as in Nancy. So do I have a motion to approve consent without those 2 particular items? Jim McNeese makes that motion. A second. Jim Porter. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, so that's 9-1. Thank you very much. Okay, the items pulled were item M, which is act on request to contract with Brooks Publishing for the purpose of making the ages and stages questionnaires available statewide. Michelle, you were the one who requested this be pulled, so you may have specific question or comment here. As soon as you get unmuted, there you go.
Yeah, just due to the landscape of not knowing the unknowns for our future at this time, until we know more about the pandemic and know more going forward at the school year and when that will start, what will that look like? I would just like to vote no on that at this time.
Randy, do you have any comment you want to follow up with on this item?
It's how we'll go about, of course, assessing. And so it's the assessment contract that would go forward, I believe, till 25 or 26. I know one of them is 25, and I think the other one's 26. So it just enables us to go ahead and continue to do that for that time frame. It's the same assessment, similar to our state assessment contract, in as much as it's a 5-year assessment contract.
Okay, so by available statewide, we are talking about publics, privates, anything?
Any accredited school
Okay.
system.
Okay, all right. Okay, very good. Other questions on 13M? Anne?
Yeah, I guess my question would be for Randy. I mean, whether we are able to physically get back in the buildings or not, we still need these surveys done on incoming kindergartners, right?
Well, we would probably suspend if we can't get in the buildings in August or September. Let's just say there's not a start of school, whatever that
right.
is. Then we probably would not assess, just like we didn't state assess, and we would adjust any contract, like we're in the process of adjusting the state assessment contract because it wasn't executed for X amount of period.
Well, I would think we'd want the parents to go ahead and do that, though, wouldn't we? And get the information to the kindergarten teachers?
But the way it's done, Ann, it's done in consultation with the classroom teachers. So they're done together. And if we're not in school, that may be difficult. I think it would have to be part of our discussion. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. It would just have to be part of our discussion.
Yeah, if this happens, this ought to be something we talk about, because we ought to be able to get that done. We still need to know what kiddos look like coming in, but we can have that discussion this summer.
So Randy, would that be, would the price be adjusted then as well, since we wouldn't start, we may not be able to start July 1st?
Yes, Michelle, what we've done with the state assessments, for example, since we did not execute that this year because of COVID-19, we're in the process of negotiating a reduction in our contract with the University of Kansas Educational Testing Center, and we'll have an adjustment to that because they didn't perform that duty. This would be similar if we didn't execute either the Lexile agreement later on, or in this case, Ages and Stages, we would negotiate a reduction in fees because of it.
So Michelle, is your same concern on N, which is act on request to contract with Metametrics Inc. for Lexile and quantile measures? Is that the same?
Yeah, it would be just because of the, I'm just thinking of I'm thinking of taxpayers, I'm thinking of students, I'm thinking of everything as far as we don't know when people can get back to work, if they have jobs to go back to when this is all over with. And then the funding and everything, and if we're able to even carry out these duties. So at this time, I would say something at this big a scope, we would want to hold off a little bit longer, maybe table that in May or something like that, just to hold off at least till we know more about if we're able to even go back to school or function in the school buildings in brick and mortar and all that.
So Randy, N on the Metametrics, comments there?
The Metametrics are a subsection to the state assessment. So that contract calls for Lexile measurements, which if you're a school person, you probably know what that is more than a non-school person. It's a range of readability. And so the state assessment score report for both the school and the parent gives a Lexile report to that, which then allows parents to know somewhat universal across the United States. This is where you might want to choose readability text for your child. Again, I think as Michelle said, if we don't have a state assessment, then the Lexile report would not be executed. And so she is correct that this would not be, in any given year, we don't use the state assessment. We're also not using the Lexile report.
But for that same thing for the Metametrics, you would also look at a renegotiation if that's the case. I lost you.
I'm sorry. That's true of any, I didn't unmute myself. That's true of any service during this pandemic. If we didn't execute the service, we're negotiating a reduction in funds because of that. And I think Brad may have a little bit more information on that.
Brad?
Yep. I know Scott Gordon is on the line here, but I think we include in these contracts that in the event, whether it's us or them, we're not able to fulfill duties, then, but I know Scott Gordon, or I think I saw Scott Gordon on here, but we do include language in there. Like I said, if we, since we're not doing the 2020 state assessments, then there wouldn't be an expectation if we couldn't do the Lexile or quantile student reports. But I believe all of our contracts have that language in it, but I don't want to speak on behalf of Scott Gordon.
Okay, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to speak up and explain that at this point, you're just giving us the authority to negotiate this contract. And if it turns out that for whatever reason, the term under the original contract would be shortened, that we're not going to pay for services that we're not going to use. And we have provisions in all of our contracts that allow us to do that.
Okay, board members, any other questions on either of those two items? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask that we first, and I'll read it, that we act on a request to contract with Brooks Publishing for the purpose of making Ages and Stages questionnaires available statewide. Do we have a motion for that? Jim McNeese, do we have a second? Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. Dina, is yours up? Okay, there it is. 4, 6, 7. Okay, 8. I see 8. Okay, opposed? Okay, 2. 8-2. Steve Roberts and Michelle Dombrowski voting against. That was item 13N. Now we'll do that was 13M. Now we'll do 13N, which is an act on request to contract with Metametrics Inc. for Lexile and quantile measures. So do we have a motion to approve that? Dina Horst, second. Jim Porter. Okay, all in favor of that item, please raise your hand. Okay, 8 opposed. Okay, that passes 8-2 with Michelle Dombrowski and Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, thanks to the questions and the clarifications by staff. We are going to be going to item 14, which is to act on continuous learning applications. But since we've been on for about an hour and 15, why don't we take a quick little break and between 5 and 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. So let's kind of do what we did before and stop your video. And then when you come back, just start it up and we'll know we're all ready. Looks like we're all back on. It looks I should be able to be heard. Okay, we are on item 14, which is going to be act on continuous learning applications from school districts. And I'm going to explain a little bit about how we're going to go through this, and then Randy's got some comments he wants to make. We have well over 300. A lot of you've read a lot of these. I don't know if anybody's read them all, maybe, except for maybe Michelle, but I guess her team has. But so what we are going to be doing is we are going to we've split these up into groups of 7. So the public schools have been split up into groups of 5, and then the private schools is 1 group, and then the state schools is 1 group. So we will, when we're ready to start on the groups, we'll go through these in groups. And to make this a little easier, Janet Waugh actually has the motions and she'll make the motion for each particular group. And then we'll have somebody second. And then if you have questions for any within that group, and we're going to go alphabetically. So they'll be in groups alphabetically. So the first group, obviously, we will go A through something in the C's. So we'll do that, and we'll let you know in her motion, it will say exactly what the group is. So if you have questions specifically about one of the plans in one of those groups, then you can certainly ask that as we go. So although I seem to have lost Janet's picture, I'm guessing she's there. So Randy, and we'll turn it over to you because you've got some comments you want to start with, and then I don't know if Michelle's leading us through this whole process, or Brad, you can let us know.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. I just wanted to let you know there's a couple of other items that are tangent to the plans that you're going to be looking at in just a couple of minutes. They're not directly in the plan, but they certainly are supportive. Tonight, and we'll be sending you this link, we have our first attempt at what we're calling Parent Camp. And Jay and Tammy have been in charge of this. And Parent Camp, this will be in Sedgwick County with school districts in Sedgwick County. We're limiting it to 100 parents, and my understanding is it filled up almost immediately. It's elementary tonight, and then I believe on Thursday it's secondary in Sedgwick County. If this proves to be successful, that team's going to roll this out across the state, giving parents an opportunity to say, here's my reality and I need help. Either I need more work, I need less work, you don't understand the work my kids need, whatever it is. And it's just our help to support. So you'll see that link. It's a Zoom meeting. You can watch it and be a silent participant on it. We welcome that. So that's one, and you'll see that continue to scale across Kansas. We also are going to look at that model and then Ben say, give that to Sterling. And if Sterling wants to run one just for them, they can use that exact model and just plug it in. So that's kind of what we're doing. The other is that Brad's been working on is that we were going to have a group of 50 seniors, which just like our teachers, I believe grew to 60 or 70 seniors. But we have that group now that they're going to start to meet very soon, put together seniors helping seniors through the graduation process and then navigating the post-secondary process. So Kathy and Janet, you'll remember that we had a meeting with KBOR and we assigned some duties that how could we help each other on post-secondary plans. The seniors will be working with KBOR and our agency on how to do that. So I just wanted everyone to know there's a group of seniors, Kansas seniors that are going to help Kansas seniors. And then we're also reaching out and doing a parent camp to help parents during this time. And while it's not directly in the plans, it certainly supports the plans. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Michelle or Brad, do you have anything you want to start as we start through?
Jim had a comment, Kathy, maybe, or a question.
Jim McNeese. Thank you, Jim.
Yes. Thank you. Randy, I guess I missed the memo on that parent camp. you know, I wasn't aware of it, and it's full. Is there any way we can get in, or I can get in?
Yes, yeah, you'll get a link to it. You can get in. It's full for parent registration, Jim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think Peggy's already sent that out. I thought I saw it, but I'm not sure. And yep, there it is. She sent it out at 1:48. So that is out. Okay, Michelle or Brad, I'm not sure, either one of you, any comments before, as we start?
I think, Michelle, we wanted to cover this morning, kind of the whole process. I want to thank and the team of 20 plus that reviewed these. We cross-reviewed them. Again, they're all unique because every district has unique needs, but we were pretty proud. Within about a week's time, week and a half, our districts were able to pivot and get some supports. I can tell you right now, having a senior in high school, I've been really pleased with his engagement with his school and the work that he's been doing, and how the teachers have really been creative in not only assignments, but really holding them to some learning and to some accountability, yet making it relevant to kids. So I think if you guys have questions for Michelle or I, but I do want to thank Michelle. She led this whole effort.
Thank you. Okay, well, Janet, anything else, Brad? Okay, all right. Janet, I'm going to turn to you to make the first motion. And then after she makes the motion, I'll look for a second. And then the questions of any schools within that first group. And Janet will tell you what the group is. Okay, Janet?
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Before I make the motion, I would like to say something. I'd simply like, I think I want to make sure everyone knows how appreciative, and certainly I am, and I think all the whole board, about everything that's happened since this thing started. We're absolutely in uncharted territories. And these teachers and the group that got together to form this continuous learning plan, the department, how hard they work. I know Randy's just gone overboard, and so has everyone in the entire department. And the local districts, they came up with these marvelous plans. So I'm so appreciative. And I think I always knew we had great educators in Kansas, but in my opinion, we now are the best in the world. So we have the best educators. We're gonna have the best, we're gonna lead the world. There's no doubt in my mind, because Kansans can. So with that said, here we go. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for school districts alphabetically from Abilene through Cunningham.
Okay, so we have a motion for that first group, and Jim McNeese is a second. Okay, now board members, do we have questions on anybody in that group? It's the A, Abilene through Cunningham. Okay, seeing no questions, I'm going to ask for a vote on that motion. It's the public schools, Abilene through Cunningham. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, that's 9-1. Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, group 2, motion for group 2, Janet?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for school districts alphabetically from Deerfield through Hutchinson.
Okay, Deerfield through Hutchinson. Do we have a second? Jim Porter. Nope, he has a question. We unmute Jim Porter.
If we started DeSoto, if we started Deerfield, we've missed DeSoto.
Oh, okay.
Deerfield DeSoto is DES.
Yeah.
On mine, it's right after Cunningham on the list.
I'm scrolling. Correct, it is on the list. So Janet, would you amend that, please?
I certainly will, from DeSoto through Hutchison.
Okay, thank you.
Now I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Porter, second. Okay, now do we have any questions on that list, which starts with DeSoto through Hutchinson? Any questions? Okay, well, I'll ask for a vote on that motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, that's 9-1. Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, motion number 3, Janet.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for school districts alphabetically from Independence through Mulvane.
Okay, so we have a motion and Dina has a second. Any questions on any of these plans from Independence through Mulvane? Okay, if not, I'd call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Ben, are you okay? Okay, I got you. Okay, that's 9-1. Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, now we have group number 4, Janet.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for school districts alphabetically from Nemaha Central through Russell.
Okay, so we have a motion from Nemaha Central through Russell. Do we have a second? Okay, Ben Jones is a second. Any questions on any of those in this group? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, it's 9-1 with Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, we have group number 5. Motion for that, Janet?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for school districts alphabetically from Salina through Woodson.
Okay, so we have a motion for Salina through Woodson. Do we have a second? Dina Horst. Any questions on any of those plans in that group? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? 9-1 with Steve Roberts voting against. Okay, group 6 will be the private schools. So Janet, a motion?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours for all private school systems in Kansas.
Okay, we have a motion for the private schools. Do we have a second? Dean Clifford. Any questions on any of the private schools? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, any opposed? That's a 10-0. Okay, the motion number 7 is the state schools, and in this motion, Janet will also read the names of the state schools. So Janet?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the continuous learning plans and waivers for exemption from the 1,116 hours, excuse me, for the 4 state schools in Kansas: Parsons State Hospital, Lawrence Gardner, Kansas School for the Blind, and Kansas School for the Deaf.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Michelle? Any questions on any of those plans? Ben Jones?
Yes, I'll take this time. I worked with John a little bit for the School for the Blind, and I will tell you what an amazing job that staff has done. There are our buildings, and I'm sure for the School for the Deaf did, but I got to see Anna and the staff at the School for the Blind with John to see the work that they're doing to provide services across the state. And it's important that we remember those kids through this trying time, the support services that they provide.
And
Thank you,
just,
Madam Chair.
thank you. Just so the board knows, each time, for at least for the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, because you know we were supposed to be going there this month, they did, John and Luann both sent those plans to me. I sent them on to Janet to read also, and then for Michelle and Ben, they each read one of those also. So we had several board members read with each of those plans, since we serviced the school board for those before they went to Michelle for review. So we did have several board members look at each of those plans. So thanks to those members for doing that. Okay, any other questions of any of those for the state schools? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Okay, thank you very much. I would ask Randy, and after our discussion from this morning with these plans, and I would ask, and I think the board would offer some follow-up reports in May. From discussion that earlier, just a report to have people kind of bring information.
Kathy, I think we're having a little internet difficulties with you. At least you look frozen on my screen, which
Crackling up.
well, no, but you did the good robot stop action there for just a second. I think you're back fully. You may want to repeat that, Kathy.
Okay, I will repeat that. We're going to ask that the department then asking the school districts if they would bring back some information for the board for May. And some of the things that I kind of remember is some assurances that teachers were monitoring engagement and student progress, and that assurances that minimum graduation requirements, and we're not talking about the ceremony, we're talking about, you know, how are they helping support to make sure that the kids, the seniors, are being able to graduate. And then, you know, looking just kind of reflection of the plan. You know, what are some things they've learned? Heaven forbid, should we have to implement a plan like this again? You know, what are some things that they've learned as we go forward? There might be some things that they've learned as far as, you know, they may think about doing some things differently in their district now. Or like I say, heaven forbid, should we have to go through this again sometime, and what are some things they might do differently? So some kind of report to come back to the board at the May meeting, and hopefully we're back together. But we've had a little experience with Zoom ourselves, so if we have to, we can do it this way again also. So if you could do that, Randy, through the department and through the districts.
Happy to do that. What we'll plan to do then is Michelle and Brad and I will start tomorrow with the superintendents. We'll lay out for them a plan with some deadlines, and we'll go to work on that as soon as this board meeting's over today.
Okay, great. Dina has a question or comment.
What I'd like to also know, and I think it could go in this kind of a report, is how many lunches they've had to increase, that they didn't, maybe there were more or less that took lunch than they normally have. And I know it was based on their summer plans. I know I was talking to one of the superintendents, and he said, we usually only have 200 in the summer on the average, and now we've got over 1,000. So I think it'd be good to know what kind of increase we saw.
Okay, all right, thank you, Dina. Okay, we're going to move to an agenda item that we added, which was a letter from these agencies as far as going to the our federal delegation. So Jim Porter, first, I think I'll turn to you to kind of explain this to the group, and you should have gotten this letter. So Jim, it looks like you're unmuted. If you could
Okay.
share
We got
with.
a few letters this morning. The first one was at 8 something, but the one that we're talking about, Peggy sent to us at 9:31. It's a slightly revised letter, and it is it is an outgrowth of a meeting we had yesterday with the various other advocacy agencies, all of which are listed at the bottom, and they've asked us to sign on to this, and it is following up of letters that were sent, similar letters that were sent by the national organization, National School Board Association, National NEA, NASB, and other organizations like that, asking for support or listing a list of priorities to be considered in the next stimulus package. And so you'll look, I'm going to go to the major areas. Additional funding and flexibility for IDEA, and it talks about how those that has been underfunded for years, but there are extenuating circumstances that are making it even more difficult now to provide services to special needs students. And so we're asking for full funding of IDEA. And then I think in the fourth paragraph there, this is very important. Where it talks about narrowly tailored and temporary flexibility to school districts of the regulations of IDEA. Now, this is something that is concerning because we don't want to say, and so I'm glad that they listed it that way, narrowly tailored and temporary flexibility, because we don't want to in any way communicate that we are in any way supporting lessening of our responsibility to students with special needs. So that's the IDEA portion. E-rate funding deals, the specific requests are for to help fund internet access to those students who do not have it. And that is typically either in rural Kansas or in high poverty areas where people can simply not afford to have internet access. And then the third one is the emergency stabilization funding, which is similar to the thing that happened during the Depression, the ARRA funding that we participated in that helps us get through the difficult areas. I'll be glad to answer any questions. The fact is that Dina was there and she's better at answering questions than I am. So between the two of us, we might be able to respond to your questions. But at any rate, I support this. I think it's a good idea for us to be on board. And I think it's significant that up until relatively recently, when these agencies got together, we weren't even invited. And now we're invited to participate. And I think that it says something about how we are becoming more, I don't want to say important, but more involved with these other agencies as we move forward and more in partnership. We're doing more things together. And I think it's raising the respect for our board by being invited and being active participation. And actually, yesterday, between Dina and I, we sort of took a leadership position in this. So.
Okay, when we do this, we will have to vote to suspend the rules to allow us to vote on this today. So we'll do questions first, but then we'll have to vote to suspend the rules first and then vote on supporting the letter, whether or not. And I know we had some questions. It looked like Ben Jones had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, Dina, you may know this, but the My concern, I am supportive of the letter, first of all, and I will vote for it. I'll vote for both motions coming up, but the E-rate program, have they expanded the definition of what qualifies? Because the E-rate program was just to school buildings and libraries. And I was involved because I have an elementary school in my district that still does not have broadband access. And that's the reason I became familiar with it a while ago. Have they changed that definition at all? And can it now go to homes unlike before? That's just a concern because they do have a county that, you know, a lot of residents, a majority of residents don't have internet access. The schools do because they bought access essentially, but they made their own, but the homes don't. And so that's just a question in whether we can be stronger in that language. I know we partnered with other agencies to expand the definition of what qualifies for E-rate in that regard. So if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on that.
I don't know the answer to that question, Ben, but I can say that whenever we refer this back to Leah Fleiter, at the leader of this, or the person that's putting this together is Leah Fleiter at KASB, we can pass that on as a concern and ask that it be addressed. But to answer your question, I don't know. And I need to point to the group that Ben pointed out today, I thought very rudely, that for the first time in my life, I've gone to a school board meeting without a towel. I was terribly offended.
Duly noted. Mr. Ford. Okay, looks like Ann's got a follow-up or a question. Ann Maw. Waiting for you to be unmuted, Ann. There you go. Okay, you're on, Ann.
Jim, that's okay because Ben came with a critter attached to his face.
Okay, Dina Horst. Just a second, Dina. There, oh, yep.
She's muted herself.
Are you, okay, unmute yourself, Dina. Okay.
All right, got it. There is a statement that's highlighted that says supplements rather than supplants, because evidently when the ARA came to Kansas, it was used instead of the state funding, as they had said they would. In other words, the funds were used to provide the funds that had already been appropriated. So we decided we'd make that clear that it should be something in addition, not instead of. And to answer Ben's question, I think that it is basically the same currently, but that can be changed within the whatever they choose to do with their statement of funding. In other words, they could say that it could be used for ensuring that students had access. So that was the reason we saw a lot of cable being put in across the state a few years ago. That was based on that. And the Universal Service Fund, that was funding a lot of that. I think that's maybe gone away in Kansas. So
Okay,
that's another issue, but something we won't talk about in this letter.
Okay, thank you, Dina. Any other questions for Michelle Dombrowski?
Yeah, so as far as when it came in late last night, and then it's been, we've had a little update this morning. I guess I appreciate that they did ask us and wanted us to be on that letter. At this time, without a lot of information as far as understanding everything, as far as that money, what measured steps we're going to have, what are the measured steps and the goals, and to sit down and discuss some of that without just a blanket of money. I want to make sure that I understand it more before I would vote on something like that or put my name to something. So I will just abstain at this time. It's not necessarily a no or a yes. I would just abstain.
All right.
Just want to make that comment.
Thank you. Further questions for Jim or Dina? Okay, if not, then Mr. Porter, I'd take a motion that we suspend the rules to allow us to vote on this today.
That's exactly what I said, and I make that motion.
Okay,
Thank you.
I thought you said that, and Mr. McNeese has seconded that. So all in favor of suspending the rules in order to vote on this letter today, please raise your hand. Eight. Against? Abstain? 2. Okay, so the suspending of the rules passed 8-0-2, and the abstentions were Steve Roberts and Michelle Dombrowski. Okay, now, Dina, you want to make a motion for the letter?
I can get on. Okay. I move that we put our names as the Kansas State Board of Education on the letter in support of the ideas that are there for funding. And anyway.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Jim Porter? Okay, all in favor of the support of the letter, please raise your hand. Okay, against? Again, that's against? Okay, then abstention? Okay, and Ann, did you vote? Okay, unmute her so I can tell what. What for, Ann?
I'm sorry?
What did you vote on that one? For, against, or abstention?
You're talking about the letter?
Yes, the letter.
Yeah, it was 4. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I'll hold it up higher next time.
Okay, so that is 8-4, 1 against, which was Steve Roberts, and 1 abstention, which was Michelle Dombrowski. And I do believe I got that right. Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to Jim and Dina for bringing that to our attention as we look at what we can do to help support our schools and school districts during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, we're going to move on to travel expenses. And of course, that's been a little limited lately. But Peggy did send out the travel that she had. She also did include a day for the review of the continuous learning plan. So that's on there also. Do we have anything else, Jim Porter?
One of the lists on the list is the Professional Standards Board meeting next week, which has been canceled, so that needs to come off. And yesterday there was the meeting we've already talked about, plus a GAC conference, and they need to be added.
Okay, all right. Ben Jones. Second, Ben. There you go. You're on.
Yeah, yeah, I had 2 meetings come up late last week, and in the shuffle of church services and stuff, I forgot to email Peggy. I have a KFAC meeting tomorrow and a Arts Alliance meeting on Saturday. And just salary, of course. I'm not traveling.
Okay, all right. Anybody else? Dina? You're on.
Well, I did travel to deliver a couple of challenge awards. They wanted them that day. So I took them over to Junction City and handed them, they gave me sacks and I put them in the sacks.
Put them in the mail slot, huh?
It was kind of funny, but they took my picture holding them before I did all of that. Anyway, it was humorous.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, we have a motion to approve travel. Okay, Ben Jones, second Jim Porter. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we have asked for future agenda items for Randy to bring back information, follow up on the continuous learning plan in May. You know, we don't know what May is going to bring as far as the meeting. I told Peggy, I hope we could at least do maybe a half and half, that some of us could be in person and some of us could be Zoom, so we could maintain our 6 feet, but we may end up with a Zoom meeting again. It's awfully hard to say. So we certainly are going to take a look at a update on the plans. The other thing I want to also talk about, Randy, is I'm going to assume we're going to be back in the fall, and hopefully, although we've heard of one university back east who has postponed fall semester and they aren't going to start till January. Janet Waugh just heard that today, one of the Boston universities. So as we think about coming back in the fall to some sense of a new normalcy, I think we need to think about how do we prepare for that, because our students will have been out of school for maybe about almost 5 months. So how do we think about bringing them back to a new normal? And is there some guidance? Maybe we need to put together another group to talk about, you know, I can certainly see some additional social emotional supports that maybe need to be put in place, or whatever might need to be put in place. And this certainly would not be a May thing, but maybe it's a June thing, that we have some conversation about how do we look into the future. We don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know what's going to happen with COVID-19, but how do we look into the future to plan for whatever this new normal is? And the department's done a fabulous job of really trying to think differently and leading us as far as how do we think into the future. And it's probably about time, not for the school districts, but for us as a department to start thinking about, okay, what are we going to do when August rolls around? And at least hopefully we're back in school. So I would just ask that we begin to start thinking about that, and thinking about how do we support our schools and our kids and our families and our teachers and our staffs. Any other future agenda items at this point? Steve Roberts? Second, Steve. There you go. You're on now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of being completely open and honest with the public, I sent an email to everyone on the board, as well as Peggy and Mark today over lunch. I want to make sure that we haven't violated any open meetings laws or anything like that, because the public is not privy to what I shared with the board members. So since there was no feedback, I think we're probably okay. But I would like to take the opportunity to, I was going to make 5 proposals at our board meeting if it was held in person. And of course, here we are. So I was thinking I might just take about 1 minute to read essentially the titles of each of those proposals. Probably take all of about 1 minute, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not good at drafting law. May never well be, but I took a shot. The first proposal, Proposal 1, the title is "A Teacher Need Not Attend a College of Education in Order to Be a Great Teacher." And then I suggest ways that we can go about proffering that idea. Proposal 2, teaching is not union work. Unions should morph into professional associations. Again, suggestions on how we might make that work. Proposal 3, 2 teaching licenses, initial and professional. And as soon as I wrote that, I realized we still have to have paraprofessionals. So it says paraprofessional licenses continue. The 4th proposal is simply let us welcome the public into our public schools. I know there's a disagreement in general about how well we do that. I don't think we welcome the public very well at all. I'm sure there are people on this conference meeting who say I'm incorrect. We are very welcoming to the public. And each of those in the language it was suggested that we could talk about it in April and maybe really discuss it in May. In fact, it had an action item date in May. I know things don't move that fast, but a guy can hope, right? But then the 5th proposal, primary and secondary schools reconfigured, the Kansas moonshot. And this is the one I think that the COVID shutdown, the way we've set the table with all the work we've done for redesign, I think this is the heavy lifting that has to be done. Now, I understand that the first 4 proposals, a lot of people will think that's pretty heavy lifting. I don't think so. I think it's a slam dunk. We should welcome the public into our public schools and so forth. But proposal 5 suggests that primary schools be what's been K through 4 or so, and that secondary school be 5 to 10 to 15, with a tertiary from 10 to 15. There's a lot of change here, potential change. In fact, the way I wrote it is let it sink in. So I just wanted to share those ideas so that the public would have at least a glimpse of what I shared with my fellow board members today. And I thank you for your time very much.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, we are going to move to legislative matters. I'm not sure I see Dale on. Oh, there he is. Okay, all right, Dale. Interesting into the legislative session. So Dale and Craig are both here.
If I cover the session, I can do it in 10 minutes. Okay, this is a very unusual session. We had lots and lots of hearings. Very few bills were approved. We got down to the end of the session, and some got worried that they weren't moving bills very fast, so they started lumping them and piling them together. Take from 1 to 4 bills and dump it into one. Let me review this with you, and then we'll talk a little bit about, oh, by the way, I got a question for you. Randy said this is an exceptionally intellectual group today. Exceptional. Here's my question. Michelle's already about to answer the question, don't even know it yet. Here's the question. Will the legislature take action on any more bills other than signing out of this session? Will they come back to town? And if they do, will they vote on any bills? We'll come back and get your answer pretty soon. Okay, Senate Bill 142, and Peggy, you got that sent to him, didn't you? Senate Bill 142 is a bill that provides the waiver. You've talked about it off and on about all day, and that was done in rather hurried fashion. I just talked to a senator a little bit ago, and she said, we didn't know what we was doing on that. I said, well, it went through anyway. And that passed, but that's primarily the waiver. And the big issue there was 2 things: a waiver of the 1,116 hours, and the second thing it allowed for, it required district had to pay all hourly people, period. If you're hourly, you got paid. Senate Bill 382, and 382 is a bill that dealt with calculation of bond and interest. Our bond and interest law probably would not stand the test of constitutionality. What we did, we put Fort Leavenworth at the highest percentage. And what's happened is Fort Leavenworth don't have any valuation. Don't amount to hell of beans. Little Railroad, Burger King, and That's about it. Then what happened was they dumped. They took that out. That helped out districts in the future. Then they added to it the tax credit scholarship. Brother Porter, he's an authority on that one. Remember, you had to have the lowest 100 performing schools, free lunch. They changed it to all schools, free or reduced, wide open. And they dumped that into 382, the bond bill. And then what happened? They got it out of committee, and it's sitting peacefully on the House floor on general orders. So that bill, if they don't come back and do something, will peacefully die. Number 3, there was a bill 2346 and 2346. They dumped. That's vision screening. Wasn't a big deal. Minor change in vision screening, and they dumped 4 more bills in that one. They dumped in it the bill out of Wichita, where that the concurrent enrollment for kids not other than VOCED, they can contract with universities, and they could go and they'd pay the bill. That was not really controversial. Expands the ACT to any accredited school. It also dumped in the bond and interest state aid bill again, same. And it also mandates preparation of the foster care report card. We had to prepare a foster care report card in cooperation with DCF. We'd have to do all the data work. Well, those 5 bills, those 4, and then they went into 2346. It's sitting on the Senate floor, lying peacefully. Next was Senate Bill 2487, and but there's several little minor things in this bill. It changed the terminology of emotionally disabled and into emotionally disturbed, and it also put Senate Bill 230 concerning the Deaf and Hearing Commission, minor changes. 284, the disability placards for school vehicles, they can park in a handicap spot or vans and Suburbans. And they made a minor change to the audiology, speech pathology, and pathology compact. Well, and it's sitting on Senate and general orders. There's not a lot of controversy there, but he didn't move. They waited to the last minute, and then they grouped them all together and tried to send it. The next thing was House Bill 2440. This is where you have to approve a list of evidence-based best practices. You have to post them, and they have to meet that criteria before they spend at-risk money. Then they amended it and said, well, you can provisionally be approved on any at-risk program and operate it for, I think it's up to 2 or 3 years. Then you had to give a report at that time and see whether or not it was approvable. 2552, this was quite a bill. This is a bill that said if any kids on 3rd grade reading level, any kids in 3rd grade reading level, third grade, and the level 1, why those students, if they wanted to, could get a scholarship by taking the money from the public schools. We would deduct it out of their account. Then we would give it to state treasurer, and state treasurer then would launder it, and then they pay for that. I won't go into details. They had the same thing for anybody in 4th grade that wasn't on at least 4th grade reading. And so, bottom line, that bill is also, it's in the K-12 Education Budget Committee. It didn't get out. It also, there was a bill on, and this is a big deal for Chairman Steve Hubert. He wanted a physics examination for anybody graduating from high school. And this is one of the tactics that's used quite often in this year at the tail end. That bill, most people didn't support it, in all honesty, in that committee. So what they did, they dumped high density at risk in that bill because everybody wanted a high density at risk because it's $54 million. And that bill was referred to House Appropriation Committee and it's lying peacefully. That high density at risk, everybody got shook up at that at the last minute. I had several calls on that at the last minute. What are we going to do? It didn't get out of committee. Everybody supported it, but didn't go anywhere because they kept loading it up, put other bills with it. Well, the governor put a proviso in the budget bill and the appropriation bill, so we're good for next year, no problem at all, and even for the following year. So she did it by proviso. It's limited to 2 years. Not the best way to go, but it's better than some of the alternatives. The other one, the last one I want to mention is House Bill 2582, and it's appropriation bill, and it funded the mental health program. Well, they got to arguing, discussing, maybe it's a better term. Craig's had a better term, discussing.
Better term.
And on that bill, and they put $4 million more money in it, which the governor recommended. She was okay with that. Where the argument came in is the provisos that goes with that. This is a proviso and appropriation bill. In other words, what are the criteria you're going to use? Finally, at the last minute, they couldn't agree on what goes in there, and a lot of the discussion over the mental health deal was, do you contract with a community mental health center only, or can you contract with any other type of organization called safety net organization to provide services? So bottom line, they passed it, the bill, no proviso. So we got the money, $12.7 million. And if they don't come back and do anything, we can set the criteria. And we've been working on that for a month and a half. So it will depend then whether they come back, whether they change it. Now, the other thing it's important to think about in all this drama we're going through now with pandemic is when are we going to get an answer to all this? When will this settle it? We can't do anything on projection state aid about $5 billion. We can't do anything about that till we know that the legislature is not coming back, because they can come back. We get it all done and all ready to go. It's pretty well ready. They could change it. Then we have to do it all over again. So we'll get it all ready to go. But whether the legislature comes back is significant, because you cannot send anything out, any directions out, until you know what it is. And that's the reason I asked you if the legislature is going to come back, and if so, they're going to take a look at any bills. Anybody got any ideas on that? Huh? No ideas? Dina wants to give us an answer, I think, Randy. We don't know whether they're coming back or not. And some legislators you talked to said, if we come back, we're going to come back, do sign a die and go home. That's it, which is just a handful of people. Some people will want to come back because all these bills that some of them was interested in is sitting there. If you look at the bills that passed, there are very few that's not in the appropriation bill. So everything is primarily tied to the appropriation bills. Right now, we are funded next year in general state aid, LOB state aid, bond interest state aid, which is capital improvement, capital outlay state aid funded, juvenile detention state aid funded, national board certification funded. Then we have quite a few programs that there's no statute, just we get money, like Safe and Secure Schools, things like that, and that's there. But it's a very unusual time. Is there any question about the state side before I flip the federal?
Doesn't look like it. Go ahead,
All
Dan.
right, federal. On federal, there's a lot of chatter about the CARES Act, and there's a lot of estimates. Most of them are pretty close to, I think. They're not much difference. But on the CARES Act, we believe we're going to get something from the federal government somewhere in the vicinity of, say, the 24th of April, give or take a day or two. We'll get data done. And we have access to, will come to us, about $84 million. And about $74 million of that, 74 million of that is earmarked for school districts under the Title I formula. So if you, whatever the Title I formula, you apply that formula to that 74 million, that's a ballpark what they're going to get. Now, what it boils down to, they're going to get about 67% of what they are going to get in Title I. Okay? And so that'll be going out, and schools are pretty excited about that. And then the next question is going to come up. What can they spend it for? And I'll do this in a hurry, but I like to say you can drive a truck through it sideways because it's very broad. You can relate it to a pandemic and a lot of things, but here's the thing set out in law. Staff development, anything that as a result of expenses as a result of the pandemic, unique needs of low-income students, homeless students, needs of individual schools. Look at that, individual school. That's pretty broad. Old McNeese, he could do out anything in a school building with needs of individual schools. Students with disabilities, English language learners, foster care youth, coordination and preparedness response of the school district to the pandemic, mental health issues, sanitation, cleaning supplies, education, technology, summer learning, and after school program. To get this one, other activities necessary to maintain the operation and continuity of services. That is pretty broad. And they will get that. This is just a guess now. We'll probably get our answers around the 24th of this month. Then somewhere, then we'll have to apply for it and do a few assurances. But my guess is the money won't get to us to give to schools until the latter part of May. Latter part of May. There's an important piece on this that some policymakers worry about, and that is maintenance. The law goes to school districts. This is not going through the legislature. We had several calls said, well, what about my budget? Federal funds that you don't anticipate receiving are above the budget. So it's above that. So you have to keep your maintenance of effort and for state and local districts, and this particular true in special ed. But on general state aid, what they said, the maintenance of effort is tied to the last 3-year average. Well, the last 3-year average is probably $150 million or more than we're getting now. That's a lot of flexibility. So anyway, we'll be getting that. We'll send out to school districts. The application from the school district is going to be pretty simple, I think. You got a bunch of assurances, sign that, and tell us how you're going to spend it, or you think you're going to spend it. At the end, we'll ask them how they did spend it. But this one is primarily left up a lot of authority to local boards. Now, and under the Title I formula, it's tied a lot to census and poverty. And give you an example on that, the poor districts, take, let me just look here a minute, take Wichita. Wichita, for example, they'll get somewhere in the vicinity of $17 million. High poverty, a lot of kids. And also Kansas City will be another one, or somebody like Turner. Let me look at Turner. They would get a pretty good chunk for their size because of high poverty. Okay, and Turner, they're in Kansas City, Kansas. They're about $1 million. So anyway, that'll give you some idea. That money we believe ought to be in the local school districts by the end of May.
And we might
Maybe the third week in May.
We might add they have until September of 2021 to spend.
Yeah, that's important, Craig. Good point. They have till September 30th of 21 to spend the money. September 30th of 21 to spend the money. Now, one more thing that I want to tell you about, or two more things. One is there's about another $9 million or so, about 9 million, give or take a little bit, that we have jurisdiction over. You, the board. We'll be coming to you because of what you've said in the past, what you put in the budget. We'll be recommending that that goes to special ed and funded under the state formula on amount per teacher. We need that in special ed. We're down next year. We're going to be down about 72% excess cost. We're at 75 this year. So we're recommending, and that will help out a little bit. And so anyway, that'll be about $500, $550 a teacher. That'll help out. The other thing is that I wanted to tell you about is the governor has access to another pot of money. And this is kind of hard to believe. And I called to verify it a little while ago. She'll have access to about $1 billion. And she can decide where she wants to go, what she wants to do under the federal guidelines. They could give us a little bit of that. For example, they could, for example, if things got real tight, I think you can even use a little bit of it for general state aid as long as you met the maintenance of effort. And that's on a 3-year average. So, and I heard today that the governor was probably going to appoint a committee to review that and somebody to help allocate, do the legwork and help get that allocated out. I try to answer any questions. It's for school people, they're very, very nervous about the unknown. Flat fact. When are you going to get the CARES Act money? Will they get any more than this? What about special ed? Well, the special ed ought to be there sometime in June, that the federal part. I'd be glad to try to answer any questions. Craig's anything we overlooked?
Don't believe so.
Okay, I do know that Randy, you and Dale and Craig will be going over the CARES information with superintendents, probably starting tomorrow.
That's correct.
Okay.
We never stop. Simply, we do it about every day.
Yeah, but specifically, there will be some additional CARES information for superintendents starting tomorrow. So questions for Dale or Craig? Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dale, did I hear you say 17 million for Wichita?
Yes, sir. And that's roughly their allocation under Title I. That's due to their poverty and size. Correct.
But that's an increase of 17 million?
They get 17 million one time under the Title I formula out of that about 74 million. That's correct. Because
I probably want to address the billion that the governor's got to play with. We have to raise teacher salaries. And I know special ed is very important and I'm not opposed to it, but just regular old English teachers and math teachers with only 4 or 5 years experience who are really good at it, they need to be paid. And
okay, great. Boy, we agree with you 110% on that. See, let me tell you what, if we don't come up with some money for special ed, what they're going to do, that the school has no much choice. They're going to take it out of general fund budget, which means less money for teachers. So it's important we do this to help all the teachers. And you're exactly correct. That'll help reduce the money that school has to contribute to special ed out of their general fund. Good point.
To God's ears. Thank you, Dale.
Okay, other questions for Dale or Craig?
Anybody got any great words of wisdom? We need some wisdom. We've been talking with this Randy for what, every day for what, how long? 2 weeks?
Seems like 2 years, but that's probably about right.
Okay, well, Dale and Craig, thank you very much. I know you guys are working nonstop and this CARES will be interesting to see how this continues to roll out, and appreciate all your work on that.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, there's discussion in Washington also about another package. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I don't know where we're getting all the money, but
I guess there's
interesting there too.
There's some big printing press out there working overtime, I think. Okay.
Yep.
Mark Ferguson sent all the board members some information as far as what he's been doing lately. I don't know, Mark, if there's anything you want to. Okay, all right. You're good, Mark? Okay, all right. So that concludes all the information we have for today. Want to thank everybody for dealing with Zooming, which kind of seems to be our mode of operandus here lately for any kind of meeting. Like I say, hopefully in May, we'll at least be able to get back, maybe kind of part-time. Some of us and some of us by Zoom. We'll just have to wait and see. Those of you that are going to get on the parent meeting, there's one tonight and one Thursday, if I remember correctly, and Peggy sent us the link for tonight. So those of you that want to try to take a look at that, that'll be a listen only, as I understand. That information, and then Randy continues to meet with groups all the time to continue to work on things as we are dealing with our new normal. Okay, at this point in time, I would adjourn the meeting and we will be back together in May and hopefully won't have to have a special meeting between now and then. So everybody stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.